Thank you, Common Good. What up, Grip? Jeremy? I didn't see you, man. Sorry. Thank you, Michael. Andy, you're gay? Yeah, I would. If he would have me. I met some of his people, though. I just don't think I'm big enough. When am I going on Rogan? Yeah, I would definitely go on Joe Rogan. I'd also go on CNN and today we're gonna purge the lefties. Oh, I loved Live and Learn today. I don't think it was long enough to be a debate. Yo! What up? That's it. No more song. No more any of it. You guys are grounded. Because I said so. How y'all doing? Any Live and Learn watchers? Any watchers? Did you guys have a good Monday? Did you win? Did you get the promotion? Did you bring home the bacon? Did you get all of Thanksgiving week off? Is everything that you try to do in this meaningless universe that stretches infinitely into the cosmos, did it all turn out the way you expected in light of the eventual heat death that all of reality is subsumed under? Did that happen? Were you able to make meaningful such profoundly low odds of existence? Washington ruined the Continental Army by segregating it. By today's standards, he sure did. McDevin. McDevin. Did you guys ever watch that McDonald's movie, The Founder? Really makes you think. Really makes you think, doesn't it? About all the different decisions you made. Were you maybe just one little intrepid entrepreneur away from making it in the big leagues? Did someone steal your idea? Did you dream something and someone else already invented it? That's happened before. You know, someone dreams they invented something. It's like, oh, it's already a thing. Have you ever had a dream and it's like, this would be a great movie script, and then you write it down and it makes no sense? But like in your dream, like, no, this will work. This will work. It's happened to me. Even by the standards of the time, we absolutely should have lost. We got really lucky with Howie. How? Being so passive. All right, folks, we're going to talk a little bit about different things. I just caught like 5 seconds of our good friend Ryan Mullally talking to Rob Noor, and I was just appalled by what I was hearing on their new show, Law and Order, or something like that. Law and Order. Pretty clever play on words. I think it's a better title than Word War Debate. But I just wanted to review a little bit of that because I was just like, this is such garbage. Hot garbage that I just wanted to react to it. There's also like, I have some comments on the Schumer stands. Where are my Schumer stands? Make yourselves known if you are a Schumer stan of some kind. We need to have a gentle conversation. You and I. Me and you. David says, lol, what a terrible name, but it is better than Word War Debate. I don't know, Word War is starting to occupy space in my cerebellum. And so now I'm becoming used to it. Cougar Beatrice says, I'm here. I suppose in reference to the Schumer stands. Yeah, so why don't we talk about that first? So, first of all, I got nothing personal against Schumer, all right? Never met the guy. Never had a really strong opinion of the dude prior to the present moment post Trump second presidency. Not incredibly strong feelings about it. Okay. David said because you watch that promo video every day, So it's not personal. It really isn't. Though it feels personal sometimes. There's a meta point, and then there's a substantive point. I think that it's time for Schumer to step down for age and other related reasons. And I see that there are people pointing to the fact that Trump seems amenable potentially to a deal on the ACA credits. And like, look at the genius of Chuck Schumer. And I really have to wonder whether these people who are making those comments about Schumer's genius are living in the same reality that we're all living on. I really have to wonder about that. Number one, presuming that Trump is actually interested in coming to a healthcare deal with Democrats to protect Obamacare. That's number one, right? Like, Trump says a bunch of stuff. He said he had concepts of a plan for healthcare. So please don't count your chickens before the hatch in terms of the actual subsidies. But let's be honest about something. What we were being sold is that the Republicans were not willing to budge on healthcare premiums and Obamacare subsidies. That was the justification for dropping the demand, is that Republicans would never do it. Okay? So that's the first thing to realize, is that the defection is premised on what we're supposed to understand are sincere statements from the defectors, including unnamed other supporters. This is alluded to by Tim Kaine of Virginia, that also agreed that the Republicans were never going to give on the Democratic wish list. And by the way, so far, that is still the position. Because anything that you need and you want to pass needs to get through Mike Johnson and needs to get through Donald Trump. And words are nothing. But the underlying premise of the defection, why it was supposedly smart, I don't know why this is doing this. Hang on, I'll fix it. Do not leave. Was that Republicans won't budge on the ACA premiums and ACA, subsidies. That was the justification. And so if you know, oh, look, they are willing to do a deal. Seems like the underlying premise that they weren't willing to make a deal is undermined. Number two, Schumer's official position was against the CR. Let's not forget that. So if you accept that this was Schumer's strat the whole time, then you are acknowledging what I was told was an unhinged, dangerous position. That Schumer was behind this whole thing the whole time, and he's lying to us with his vote. That's what I maintained as the most plausible explanation, or that he just can't control his caucus, both of which bear on Schumer's credibility. But understand what is being said. If you are attributing to Schumer that this is part of the 60 chess, this opening of potential opportunities, again, heavy scare quotes there, for a deal on ACA subsidies, you are acknowledging that everyone who was saying, oh, you're just a conspiracy theorist when it comes to Schumer, despite the evidence and I think decent circumstantial evidence that he was aware and at least willing to accept that vote in the Senate, you are acknowledging that it's not crazy to think that, right? Otherwise, why would you be giving Schumer credit? Right? You understand that? And as I mentioned before, that the underlying principle of the defection in the first place was that Republicans weren't willing to deal. Now you might say, oh, they weren't willing to deal under the threat of a shutdown. But again, I just don't understand why that follows. It's the Democrats who have shown that they're willing to buck when the going gets rough. And I don't know that we've really tested the Republicans such that we know that if they're in principle open to a deal, given all of the bad news and the plummeting approval ratings for Trump, I'm not sure why we wouldn't be in a better situation if we had stood fast on a deal that in principle, at least so say the Schumer exceptionalist 70 chess advocates, that they're open to, or that Trump is open to. In any respect, this ain't it. It's not some planned move by Schumer. What they wanted was to release the pressure, I suppose, on the American people. They didn't agree with it. They didn't agree with their policy argument, at least the defectors or some subset of the Senate. And they weren't honestly planning for any kind of like come to Jesus moment as a result of this, and you shouldn't accept one either. That's just my take on it. Furthermore, the pressure with respect to the premiums exists whether or not you continued the fight in the Senate on the CR. That pressure is only going to be more felt in that context. So no, I don't give Schumer credit at all for the unreliable potential of a healthcare deal. And if a healthcare deal is achieved, ultimately, I wouldn't give him credit for it either, given everything I stated. And it seems like I am left with the unfortunate impression, because there is a scenario in which I think I would credit Schumer if he owned it and had some kind of independent knowledge ahead of time that Republicans would only buckle under release of the government shutdown. Maybe there's a world in which I would credit him, but it really does seem like an unfalsifiable position that Schumer is just going to do what Schumer's going to do, and we should never criticize Schumer because he could have had a good idea or a good incentive behind what he was doing. I assume as a start that like Democrats want to do the right thing. That's usually my default inclination. But it seems recently on like Live and Learn in the panel, I'm sorry to say, that there's like an unfalsifiable nature of the support for Schumer. That he could do nothing that would merit criticism from IRI or from Hutch. That's just my opinion, though. Someone's in disagreements? Ooh. Maybe there is someone in disagreements. Who's this? Wait. Jay Geezer, what's your disagreement? Jay Geezer, you're on the air. What's your disagreement? Okay. I'll move you again, I assume. Jay Geezer, what's your disagreement?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up? What's your disagreement?
Oh, yeah. Well, you started talking shit about Ryan Malali, and I was like, I want to get in on that.
Yeah.
No, but yeah. Could you weiterate the last point you just made? Because there was
the last point I made was that I think it's we're getting to a point where nothing Schumer could do would elicit criticism from the some of the members of Live and Learn who I love and respect dearly.
Yes. Do you not think that's partially, to his credit?
To whose credit?
For positioning himself. Sorry?
To Schumer's credit?
To Schumer's credit. Yeah, he's kind of put himself, to your point, in a position where, well, he's like, either way, it plays out to be advantageous for him. No, you do not think so?
No, because I don't think that like most people are like IRI and Hutch, where they give Schumer the benefit of the doubt there, because I think he has.
Is most of the Democratic base like them?
No, I don't think so.
What makes you so confident in that? Just curious.
Given Schumer's really bad approval ratings among the Democratic Party.
Is it really that bad? I mean,
yeah. Hang on, let me find it. He might be net negative.
What about like currently? I'm surely like over his tenure. Yeah, it's been like pretty bad, but
it's never been
also he's in a position of leadership. Like, what's the likelihood that it's going to be high when we're like not even in power? All this terrible shit is happening.
This is a problem that is not translating necessarily to every other member of Congress who's out of power. And it wasn't that way when Schumer was out of power and the leader in Trump's first term. So right now, overall, really? Schumer's favorability is worse than Trump's overall.
Hold on, what are you looking at?
This is Real Clear Politics. His overall
RCP,
favorable,
okay.
Unfavorable. The average here is minus 21.1. That's lower than Trump's. Last Fox News poll has him at 22% approval with a spread of negative 32. The average has him at 28% approval. And Trump's at like 41, 42%.
Right.
And if you go for it.
Yeah, I mean it's a fair point. Like favorability. Of course, that's general favorability though. That doesn't really speak to how this particular series of events is played out. But yeah, I mean that's fair. Like it's not polling on the the handling of the shutdown and the ACA subsidies being extended or anything.
I mean,
no,
not specifically, but that's not what your question was tailored to. Your question was
basically kind of like,
do you think that the Democrats have this view of Schumer that no matter what he does, he comes out on top? And I just don't think that people
now
I don't have any reason or evidence to think that the party's overall assessment of Schumer has changed as a result of the shutdown. I don't have any reason to believe that.
Okay.
Among registered Democrats, his approval is 45%. Disapproval
that's mad low.
43%. So he's only +2 with registered Democrats. That is horrible.
For sure. For sure.
I
do not want to. Would you be curious about what the polling would be specifically around the shutdown?
I would be interested in that polling. Yeah. So let's see if there was a poll. Hang on. Approval of shutdown among Democrats. I'll Google that.
Somebody said I sound like IRI. That's crazy.
A little bit. Hey, it's gonna be all right. Schumer's got this. It's all good. You worry too much.
Listen, you can't just come up here and
I
expect me
think
not
it's
to.
gonna be fine. We have good policies.
Listen, the Democrats are gonna be. No, it's RFK. The Democrats are gonna be. Yeah.
You can only do RFK. You have to be like as white pilled as possible. I mean,
And like vocal fry
sure.
to that degree. And I was like,
why not? The Democratic Party's a big tent.
Not? I mean, what do they got to lose now? It's only up. It's up and up from here on out. I tell you.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the voting, particularly on the shutdown. But my position really isn't as much on the polling aspect with respect to the shutdown. It's just like in terms of Hutch and IRI, their position does seem unfalsifiable. That before the shutdown situation, they were swearing that if Schumer, and it's kind of in this. I'm going to finish that point, but like it's kind of in this uncertainty principle. What's the whole thing? Is it Heisenberg's uncertainty principle or whatever it is with
like
the
once
cat?
you observe it is when it becomes the thing. Yeah.
So like, I was told prior to the shutdown that if Schumer caves on it, then they'll definitely blame him. They'll definitely blame him. And then there's this like uncertainty principle on like Schumer's actual position where there's plausible deniability. Was Schumer in favor of defecting or not in favor of defecting? Who knows? Like on the one hand, we're going to give Schumer his flowers because look at the results. But Schumer obviously officially voted against the shutdown. And so there's like at least a tacit seeming understanding or acknowledgement that everyone who was blaming Schumer for the defection was right, even though we were called like dangerous conspiracists when we were suggesting that could be the case. But then also but we're going to get credit for him, even though he obviously had nothing to do with it because it's just the defectors and he can't control his caucus. So
that's a weird defense.
It's a moving target. It's a moving target. There's nothing I could say because if it really was a genuine defection, well, what can Schumer do? Schumer just, he's really just bound by whatever the Senate's going to do, and he can't really marshal support or not support. He's just he has to let them do what they're going to do. And obviously, any senator can always make the argument that this vote is really, really necessary to win election. That's what Hutch was pushing me on the Lake and Riley. He's like, don't you think that it's possible that what did he say? That Ruben Gallego thought that this vote was important to winning re-election? And so any vote for any Democrat, apparently except for like lefty candidates, is going to have the justification of, well, he might have thought it was better for his constituency and win an election down ballot. And then it just becomes a trolley problem. Wouldn't you rather him voted this way than lose election? And I'm like, I'll trivially grant that, but obviously, like, I don't think that this is necessary for his re-election that he vote in a given way. And so we're left with a ritual conversation, which is everything is the Manchin conversation, where given the trolley problem, there's a trolley, pick one, re-election of Ruben Gallego or a vote on the Lake and Riley Act. And in that context,
if it was an unpopular thing, well, then good for them. But if it was a popular thing that goes against the party, to some degree, it was for re-election purposes. Yeah, I see.
And if Gallego had voted against the Lake and Riley Act, and I said, good on Gallego, then like, see, Gallego's so there's nothing I could do or suggest that like would directly impugn a Democratic person who is not judged to be like a massive lefty, where they would feel secure criticizing them. I don't know what.
So you're the voice of reason in a room of partisan hacks, is what you're saying.
I try to be and my criticism isn't like ideological in that sense. I don't really think it is. To the extent that it's ideological, it's like anti-Trump. I'm saying don't vote for Trump's immigration bill that gives ICE a bunch of discretion. Later on, we're all arguing about how ICE is the modern day Gestapo and we need to be fighting against ICE and doing all this shit. Well, Democrats passed a bill to give ICE and DHS more power. And it was necessary for Democrats in order for the bill to pass. It was like one of his first bills. And Fetterman in his fucking shorts was there at the presentment. So like, I really...
No one knows what was necessary for them to vote on in hindsight. You know what I mean? Like, we're saying it now.
What I'm saying is it was necessary for the bill to pass for Democrats to defect given the filibuster. So in order to actually pass this bill, they needed Democratic
I can't even
support.
track this. This is too much like...
What can't you track?
Mechanics for me.
The filibuster is too much
so you're saying
mechanics?
No, like the political mechanics. You're saying I'm just slow on the
The
uptake
Lakin
with it.
Riley bill
Yeah,
is
yeah.
not an exception to the filibuster rule, which means you need 60 votes in the Senate to pass it. It gave substantive
Okay.
additional authorities to ICE with respect to the detention.
Yep.
And
Yep.
so that bill required someone to overcome a filibuster. And so that requires Democratic votes. And so it would not have passed but for Democratic
I see.
senators
Okay.
voting for it. And so that's what I say it's necessary. The Democrats passed that bill.
Oh,
and it was
I
a
thought you
bad
meant
bill.
for them to be reacted. I didn't think.
Oh, yeah,
like,
no.
Actually,
and I don't
actually
think it's
mechanically necessary.
I mean, look at it now. Approval about Trump's immigration policies are through the toilet. And so they were reacting in the short term to pass this bill because they were thinking small and thinking in the short term and saying, oh, we need to become more Trump-like on immigration. And that was the wrong play then. And it's the wrong play now. And they look like idiots for doing it. Just like the Marco Rubio vote, where it's 99-0 unanimously.
Yeah.
Rubio is confirmed. Everything
I
was shouting from the
principled
rooftops.
and,
Don't vote for this. Don't vote for this. This is garbage. But like, if I have to play this game of like moving chess where there can always be a plausible right. Well, couldn't you say at the time we didn't know for certain whether or not the country would like, yeah, you can always come up with a logically possible and consistent world in which it would be. But all I'm just trying to say is at the time, I don't think there's any reason to believe that this was make or break for Gallego to pass this Lakin Riley Act. There were many principled reasons to be against this act. And definitely you could take a strong immigration stance, not pass this bill. It is possible. It was possible then. It's possible now. And we're playing weak by trying to fit ourselves under the framework of a Trumpian immigration policy. So all of that was apparent at the time. And yeah, so I'm against it. But if you take the view that, well, there always could be a plausible rationale for any vote, then you have this kind of like undefeatable position, which is like, well, then we live in the best of all possible worlds, and nothing can ever be criticized because you can
Team Blue, yeah.
So
there are boys no matter what.
So I hate that because that is a recipe for disaster because it makes self-critique like impossible. It just adherence to democratic orthodoxy, even when it's self-contradictory, even when the ideology itself produces contradictions, or even like the partisanship of like polemic is contradictory. So on the one hand, Nancy Pelosi given so much credit for keeping her house in order, getting the votes together, but when Schumer is unable to do that, oh well, it's different. It's Senate, not House, and so we don't have to think about anything regarding a leader's ability to keep their caucus together. But if Schumer had succeeded in keeping his caucus together, for which he was praised before by, again, I love my pod brothers. He gets all the credit in the world, but not if something negative happens. And so that I think is a kind of moving target, which I don't like.
The Lakin Riley Act is a great example of that. That's like the perfect encapsulation. But I also think a good example of that. I wish I could think of another one other than like Prop 50 in California, which saw such low approval, at least, according to polling right when it was, first proposed, but then passes overwhelmingly. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, if you keep the principled stance of like, we have to be willing to play ball with these other states and fight back, even if that's like pure partisan. It seems like pure partisan hackery in the beginning, and people come around to it. You know what I mean? That's almost the inverse of that, where you take something that's really unpopular and just like, nope, fuck it, I'm not budging. Like,
I think there were some middling. There were some middling polls about redistricting, like when framed as, do you want to get rid of the Independent Redistricting Commission of California? And they're like, no.
It's so annoying how the framing of questions can affect the
if you ask it that way, then like, but like if you sell it as, hey, this is to your base, and you say this is important because look at what the Texas people are doing. And even in the middling polls on the notion of running this referendum, even on those polls, there was a lot of uncertainty. And so like I think that we need to stop trying to marry ourselves so that like that public opinion is a given. I think that public opinion matters and we should be thinking about it. And certainly like I'll cite public opinion to the extent that I think there's something to be gained from it 100%. But there seems almost like a fatalistic notion in the head of some people where
it's like you can control the narrative and get ahead of it.
And you can sell a policy. You can sell a candidate. You just have to try. It doesn't mean it's not like you're absolutely going to succeed. But look, in hindsight, if we had just played like cucks look at how horrible it would be if we didn't have California right now. And now it's
And then
possible
other
that we're
states
going to
followed suit
100%.
from them. Yeah.
100%. It breeds a culture. Like, look at all these different opportunities for Democrats to be strong. Have we regretted it when Democrats have stood up and said and like been strong and not just like when are the countless
Can't think of an
examples?
example.
Yeah, no, maybe in the sense of like, but even like when you look back at Merrick Garland, where I take issues with a lot of resistance libs or whatever. And I'm like, I think he did the right thing. I shouldn't be corrupt or whatever. What are they mad about with Merrick Garland? They're mad that he didn't like go harder politically on his on Trump and shit like that. And I defend him on some of that stuff for sure. And there's some things I don't defend him on, to be clear. But there's no like trepidation whatsoever among those resistance libs to be like, oh well, you know, Garland, he could have like reasonably thought at that moment. So who's to say what would have happened if he just so all of that stuff. It's just like it's such a double standard, in my opinion, in terms of how they treat any other actor and how we treat Democratic leaderships and Democrats, even among incumbents who are in safe Democratic seats. Well, if they're in safe Democratic seats, then, oh, it's so brilliant to use them to be scapegoats. But also, how can you allege that they're scapegoats? That's so conspiratorial and dangerous. I feel like I'm arguing against a moving target and that nothing I say can ever convince the Schumer stance.
Right. That's fair. That's fair. I see what you're saying.
What's your disagreement, motherfucker?
I just wanted to play fucking Schumer stand for a second. It was really fun, and
you don't regret it.
Well, he's obviously going to get primaried, but
I don't know that he will. I don't think we need like. I don't know that AOC wants to be senator of New York.
Why does it have to be AOC? Do you
it
not
could be
think
someone else? Yeah, but I think.
What do you think? Like generic Dem probably beats him. I think he probably would, honestly.
Probably.
John Ossoff type dude.
I think it might depend. Schumer has pretty good name recognition, but if you get someone who's I don't like any of our New York Democrat senators, even though, you know, obviously 1,000 times. Yeah, I don't like Kirsten Gillibrand either. She was part of the first vote against the, in favor of the CR. And I just
about Hakeem Jeffries.
I don't like Hakeem Jeffries. I like him better than Schumer, but and I don't know how really like. I don't think there's any good prospect of him being unseated from leadership at the moment, given the composition of Congress. But I don't think that they've been doing a great job. And for anything, like, I just want leaders who are personable and seem like real people. Sometimes Schumer doesn't seem like that. And Jeffries,
you actually prioritize that? That's interesting. I don't think I've ever heard you say that. But
in this, I've said it a lot that like I think elected officials now have it's all good, have like a responsibility not just to like do the job, but also to look like you're doing the job, and that is almost even more important than actually doing the job is to make it appear that you're doing the job, because you can't actually do the job in that you won't have power unless people think you're doing the job, in which case, like, I think literally 50% of your job is PR and talking to people and making and winning these like little wars on messaging, etc.
I guess that goes back to like controlling the narrative, like you're just saying. Like, look how good fucking Gavin Newsom is at like, I don't want to say taking credit for things, but he's talking about, you know, so much of his messaging that seems to be super effective is how successful California is and all this shit. That's like, all right, well, I don't know. The average person probably doesn't know if that has like fuck all to do with him or not, but he's saying a bunch of good shit that people want, right? So
yeah, no, and you don't see people saying like, oh my God, the genius of Schumer who voted against CR. But look at how stupid Gavin Newsom and how stupid Governor Pritzker were in saying that this shouldn't have been, shouldn't voted that way. And so they allege an even bigger conspiracy. Gavin Newsom secretly wanted this to happen, as well as Pritzker and all these other people. They secretly wanted the CR vote to pass, and everyone's in on it except for you, and you're being played for a fool.
It's getting a bit
and I'm like,
silly,
okay, so now who is the one alleging an implausible conspiracy, a dangerous conspiracy? And you're essentially saying that all of these people are lying to the base. But that's acknowledging a huge disconnect as well between the base. If they have to lie to the base, and if they have to lie to their constituents because they're just so crazy, and because they're all just so, Pisco pilled, then I think that's another problem. Like, why would they have to lie to us, and why not just tell the truth? So I think that a lot of it's kind of a two-faced situation. Like, they'll praise Gavin Newsom on his tweets and stuff. That's all good, and on the Proposition 50 or whatever, that's all good. But to the extent that it's contrary to their Schumer stand narrative, they won't criticize Newsom for it. I think I'm an equal opportunity person. I criticize Newsom when I think he's being cringe. I criticize him on his podcast when he was kind of not challenging some of these conservatives he was bringing on sufficiently, in my view. I thought he was cringe on this, like, whatever framework that he passed in the law that was unspecific, targeting anti-Semitism. I've criticized him on other stuff like that before. I've criticized him, like, maybe overdoing a little bit the Trump tweets, but I also praise him when he deserves praise. And I do the same, by the way, of Schumer and Jeffries. I thought that Jeffries' response to the shutdown ending, I thought that was a good and the election night, that was a good response. I thought he effectively made a through line and pitch for Democrats when he was on national TV. And I thought that Schumer's shutdown speech, where it was very brief and he's like, and sort of distilled the whole thing, was good. And so I'm calling balls and strikes. And I think that there's criteria by which you can disprove or show my reasoning to be faulty. I just don't think that the Schumer stands are offering any.
That's fair enough. Okay, real quick, what do you, could you give a brief overview? I don't know if you've done this already, but the degree to which Epstein files will be inaccessible to the public due to the ongoing DOJ investigation. And I don't know if you probably read the language of the Transparency Act or whatever it was called that seemed to have made a carve out for that. But what could you just give a quick, like, your interpretation of how that can play out?
Yeah, I can actually. I'm gonna pull it up one sec. Hang on, so you guys can see it, and I'll talk about it. One sec. Share. Okay, so I think that there's a big potential for Trump to be able to retain a lot of documents and not show them to the public. Now, in general, in general, the release of the documents is to the public and make them publicly available in a searchable and downloadable format. But let's just start with, like, all of the ways in which this shit could potentially be withheld. It could potentially be withheld first and principally because there's just no way to enforce this, because the law doesn't contain an enforcement provision in it. And so it's not clear to me what Ro Khanna is talking about when he's like, be careful, otherwise you might be charged. I don't really know that there's any a crime here of obstruction of Congress if you choose not to comply with this for the Attorney General or whatever. And there's no, like, sue provision. So even if the terms of this law are expressly violated, I'm not sure what the remedy would be, because it doesn't contain, like, a lawsuit provision, and it's not clear to me who would have standing to even bring a lawsuit, even if it is the case that the express terms are violated. So that's the first problem. The second problem is a constitutional issue. It's not clear to me that this act is, under the Supreme Court's current interpretation of executive power, constitutional, in that, to the extent that you're demanding productions of the government that, at least on paper, doing investigations related to those document production requests, it's not clear to me that the Supreme Court will say that you can do that. Is it not interfering with the executive's express and exclusive authorities? Now, I think that's garbage and contradictory by their rulings in, like, the Nixon tapes cases and all that stuff, and contradictory with the notion that, like, Congress could be running an impeachment proceeding where they would necessarily be having to ask for productions of documents. And that relates to me thinking that Trump v. United States was, like, horribly decided, and it made a hash of existing precedent, and it's, like, horrible for many reasons, because it's inconsistent with those notions. But, like, it's a non-trivial argument that Trump could make that I'm deciding to have an investigation, and so constitutionally, even if the law is facially constitutional in directing the DOJ to do particular things, it's certainly not constitutional as applied to me when I'm engaged in my exclusive duties or something like that. I think that's a non-trivial argument.
Okay. Real quick though, how do you feel like you have like a pretty definitive kind of understanding of what documents are currently actually even under the DOJ's purview versus
I don't.
what's but because, so that's the thing, like, how much of it is currently still, being held by the estate, who seems to be willing to, go along with.
Well, this doesn't apply to the estate. This only applies to the
They
DOJ.
might have the most damning documents, though. That's the thing.
It's possible,
right?
but
I mean,
I'm just stating that this law.
I would say it's probable. Like, what? No.
Whether I'm not. I'm just saying I'm making a comment
letter,
on that.
Like,
I'm just saying I'm not making a comment on it. It's possible, meaning I don't have any reason to doubt it, but I also don't know it. Like, the DOJ did investigations into Epstein. I don't know who has more material. Maybe they have stuff that the estate doesn't. Maybe they don't. I'm not sure. I really have no idea. I'm not commenting on it. All I'm saying is the law only pertains to materials in the possession of the DOJ. And at every level,
Okay.
right? There's carve outs, right? Like assume that some other executive agency or department has the materials. I'm not saying that they necessarily transfer them, but then this
Yeah,
law
yeah,
just
okay.
wouldn't apply to it. This law makes very broad demands as to documents that are like pretty wild in terms of how expansive the scope is. And so there's like a responsiveness issue here, which is like it's a matter of workability. Interpreting the scope of these document requests is going to be thorny. Like if we
Mm.
really take this as seriously and in its widest possible interpretation, this would include public revealing of stuff related to like I don't know the financial
White law.
partners that
Oh, yeah,
that
you're
Epstein
showing me.
had,
Yeah.
even unconnected to the specific accusations, right? So like if let's say that Epstein he worked with Goldman Sachs, right? Like let's say that there's even an allegation, right? An allegation that right entities with known or alleged ties to trafficking or financial networks, and this includes like universities. So if there's an alleged tie between like Harvard or some other university that let's say that Epstein visited one time, if there's an alleged
Larry
tie,
Summers.
now
Yeah.
we have to release all information about that university, even stuff unrelated. So there's a massive
Yeah.
responsiveness issue here that like it seems absurd to apply at its maximal interpretation. That's plenty of area for the government to argue, even assuming that there was a way to enforce this provision within the law. And then the carve outs that you mentioned. There's carve outs for anything containing personally identifiable information of victims or victims' personal medical files and similar files that disclosure of which would constitute a clearly unwarranted invasion of personal privacy. A lot of area for reasonable disagreement there. Who's a victim? Who's not a victim? Is it a victim anyone who's falsely accused? Or is it just people who are alleging things? What if it's someone who's proven to be a liar among the accusers or something?
Mm-hmm.
I think probably less discretion on the CSAM stuff. But this sub C would jeopardize an active federal investigation or ongoing prosecution, provided that such withholding is narrowly tailored and temporary. Who the hell decides that? Everywhere here is a level for Trump to claim some some at least facially not ridiculous exception. So that's weird. And there's no even the extent to which you have to reveal and like log all of these exceptions are inconsistent. It seems to imply that redactions must be accompanied by a written justification published in the Federal Register, but not withholding.
That's good.
So if you withhold as opposed to redact information, because this sub 2 only says redactions, not withholdings.
Okay.
But other parts of the provision say redacted or withheld with respect to classified. Well, what if you withhold only things related to ongoing investigations? Then presumably you wouldn't have to make a written justification published in the Federal Register. So this law is a fucking mess. I mean, I'm glad they passed it because I think it's like politically pressuring, and there's a lot of like weird, suspicious activity by Trump and stuff. But this is a fucking mess, and even just the notion of having a carve out for things that are marked classified or withheld as classified, the obligation on production only applies to things that are unclassified. So why would you need to make an exception to cover a document production obligation that only extends to unclassified? I think it's a fucking mess. This law's a mess. So yeah, I think there's plenty of areas for Trump to make a stand on whether or not we're going to reveal stuff, and that potentially would be covered by valid exceptions, even if the courts would be having like some ability to actually hear challenges to what the productions are from DOJ. And even if that happens, and even if a court hears it, I'm not so sure that Trump wouldn't win the day on the argument, especially if the court's unwilling to get into like the actual motivations about whether these are sham investigations, which they obviously are sham investigations. But I don't know if the court's willing to say, we know, like, we're going to decide whether this is a sham investigation. So it's a mess, and I'm not sure what's going to happen. They'll probably release something.
So can I ask you then? So I'm curious what you think of, like, so obviously you seem to be under the impression that there is a cognizable, case for him to make in a lot of these cases that that it's privileged information that they can't. So
I don't know about privilege, but there's a basis under the law and perhaps under the Constitution to withhold or redact.
Sure. So with that in mind, are you someone who doesn't maybe subscribe to or necessarily believe a lot of the reporting that's going on that seems to allege actual, some effort to cover up on behalf of the FBI and DOJ to redact Trump's name preemptively? Well, why would they be doing that if they know that it's just going to be privileged information anyway, that they'll be able to withhold as a result of the language of this law? Or is it like?
Well, I think that it dovetails with the law. They've known what the law says for months now, and so I think that there's nothing inconsistent about them identifying information that's embarrassing to Trump or that mentions Trump, given that they're planning to use these exceptions explicitly. Even Trump's statement says that like they'll get everything they're entitled to under the law, and so I don't think that there's anything like surprising about the reporting that like Trump's going through or ordering people to like flag where his name shows up or where there's potentially embarrassing stuff. There's no inconsistency there. It's totally consistent. Now, like substantively, why would he try to hide that? I think it's obvious. There's some embarrassing or even fucked up allegations, perhaps. Maybe there's an allegation that Trump did something illegal, but there just isn't enough to charge him on it or something because there's not enough there to like make out a case beyond a reasonable doubt. So who knows what's in there and what's the substantive reason? It is very suspicious. I'm going to grant it to you. I just don't know that. Like, I think that the Trump administration's activity makes perfect sense given what Trump wants and given what the law allows for.
Okay, so it might just be more to save face, like optically, rather than actually trying to like subvert, any like I think I see what you're saying.
No, I think it's substantively
Like
to hide stuff. I mean, they are trying to hide stuff within the parameters of their.
What do you mean when you say substantive? When you say substantively, do you mean that the underlying crime or indiscretion that they're trying to hide
Right,
is serious, or that?
So there's a question of like,
like,
why would they be trying to hide stuff if like they know that they have a valid exception under the law to withhold, right? Like, well, that makes that like on a non-substantive matter as like just like a procedural matter. Like I'm suggesting to you that it's not redundant for them to do this kind of search and also comply with the law. In some sense, complying with the law requires them to do these searches, and so there's nothing inconsistent about them doing some pre-passage activity to hide it. But then I guess like I'm trying to cover all of what you could possibly meaning. Like substantively, why are they trying to hide stuff as opposed to just like fulfilling exception? Like they're not. Basically, what I'm suggesting to you is, I agree with the notion that they're not just trying to withhold stuff to like have strict compliance of the law. I don't think that they're that attached to upholding the law anyway. They're trying to redact stuff because I presume it's embarrassing or now. To be fair, there are probably some substantive reasons to withhold stuff. I've never doubted that. But my guess is that
they
Trump's
just decided
involvement,
to really care about the letter of the law in this specific case and nowhere else. They're like really gonna lock in for this one. Yeah,
right. But like all I'm saying is the patches activity is like totally in line with that. But there could be substantive reasons. In other words, like explanations, justifications for why Trump would be withholding. And I think it's probably because there's something they don't want the American people or his base to see. And so I'm not denying that, but I'm just saying that like your question about whether or not this stuff will see the public day, like I think there's plenty of opportunities legally for Trump to claim withholdings. And that's allowed by the law and arguably rooted in the various different decisions on executive power by the Supreme Court, which I disagree with vehemently, but that's what it is.
Yeah, I don't like the fact. I'm still like hung up on the fact that we might never know how he even got as wealthy as he did, especially given his educational background, his professional background, and how he was like, hired as a tax advisor for like a 100 millionaire with no tax law experience whatsoever. And these things like don't have clean explanations as it is, despite, tens of thousands of files being released. I mean, that's like I'm saying, I mean, maybe some of these financial institutions, like, I don't know, perhaps maybe it's that clause that, enumerated about all the institutions that even could have ties to him, having to release a ton of information. I guess it could be like beneficial and maybe tie up some loose ends, but
yeah, I mean, like he was a financial advisor. He made trades and
right, but that's extremely abnormal for someone with no legal experience and no like financial advising experience prior to be hired by like a multi-hundred millionaire. Also, the fact that he was even paid like higher than some of the top financial advisors in the world at the time. Yeah, isn't that really fucking bizarre? That's crazy. And
maybe it's bizarre. I don't really have a reason to think it's bizarre for that. Like that he's hired and he makes a lot of money. A lot of people, go through. Now, do I think that it's like the most common path? Probably my intuition is it's not, but I just don't have a reason to believe that. Yeah, there's a lot of things that like, isn't it weird? Yeah, isn't it weird that Trump is honestly? Yeah, I think it's weird, but I don't really know that that's a basis to say that there's.
Do you think that the Acosta deal in 2007 had to do. There's some. I don't know if it's ever been like corroborated by anyone credible, but there were. Uh, there's uh, talkings that he cooperated in an investigation on like Bear Stearns or something like about prior to the housing collapse in 2008
I have
in
no
exchange
reason to
for
believe that.
cooperating. You don't believe that?
I don't have any reason to believe it.
Was there a different reason for him getting such a good deal that serves as a better hypothesis, do you think?
I think that he has good lawyers. I think that
Yeah.
it's possible that the DOJ felt pressured after the news came out and they wanted to do something, and they, didn't. He has powerful friends, and so maybe it's possible that there was some political or corrupt motive in what's going on. I just don't think it's been established. Like it is, I think, an unusual deal in some respects. In that the various different they had violations of pretty serious felonies, federal felonies, of the Mann Act and other like trafficking statutes that they didn't charge, and basically he did have to register a sex offender, but it's just the state crimes which carry a much less penalty. The conditions of his incarceration were pretty loose
So
and beneficial.
lax. Yeah.
And,
he could go back to his apartment like at nighttime and shit. Like,
and then there's this provision that like is like a carve out for any co-conspirator that's quite broad. And I think the purported justification
Ghislaine's saving grace right there.
Right, and she ultimately I think she lost, but I have no idea what the actual rationale is. And people who claim to know that it's politically corrupt, they just have never produced the goods. And maybe that's because they've been hidden, but I think that there are some people who are taking it farther and are like suggesting like certainty when they have none.
Yeah, but who was Bubba?
Yeah, same thing, right? Like people will, and even like enigmas never age. I poke fun, but like, what the hell does that mean? Like, I don't fucking know. It'd be like a weird joke.
It's not just that. It's the body doesn't look like an adult person. Like I know he draws like a fucking like
I think it's
he's
weird.
not an artist, but that's really fucking weird, dude.
I agree, it's really weird. I just don't know what to also, what to conclude from it. I can't conclude with a reasonable certainty that Trump engaged in a sexual crime. Nor could you.
No, but I think we tend to connect dots that are not even as strongly connected as those that are in front of us right now on a regular basis. But I get it.
Yeah, people do that.
You're
the question is it justified? And I think that like it's not particularly justified. And that is like, I understand that the Epstein issue looks really bad for the administration. And I agree that it has to do with their lies, I think provable lies from the Trump administration, and incompetence and seemingly unwillingness to have any kind of disclosure whatsoever. And then their gamesmanship. They're going to these courts where they know there's no exception to the federal rules of criminal procedure that would let them get these grand jury testimonies. They're just trying to blame the judges when they know that there's no legal basis to do this. And they know that
score a cheap win.
Yeah. I mean, they also know that like that's just like a very, very small percentage of the information they have. And so they do this whole like fake, oh, we're going to go to the courts, we can't do anything. Yeah. Like same shit with like him supporting the law in the first place. You don't need a law to tell you what you're already authorized to release. So all of that looks weird and is sketchy as hell. I'm not going to lie about that. And Epstein definitely did have friends among different powerful people. It's well established that he had connections to Ehud Barak and other politicians, Bill Clinton, President of the United States. He definitely Gates, also was close to Steve Bannon. Like Steve Bannon was trying to.
Dude, he looks so bad. Yeah, I don't know why more people aren't talking. But it's also the ties to Russia too. It's like that's.
And some Democrats some Democrats too. Like all of that like looks weird, but it doesn't.
We don't talk about
make
those,
the case. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't make the case, and the whatever damning information we need, it has not been delivered as far as other third persons and intelligence agencies. As much as everyone is looking for it there, and certainly I want transparency, disclosure. That's just my opinion on it. And this law, I think, could have been written better.
It's messy.
It's messy. I don't think it ultimately matters because I think Trump is going to try to withhold anything he wants to withhold, regardless of whether there are caveats in the law. So, like, I'm not soying out that much about it. But it is giving him more arguments in court, I think, if this ever gets to court.
Gotcha. All right. Well, you never answered the question about if she's a 10, but she's in FedSoc.
Oh
This is
yeah.
like 5 months
Oh,
ago. I'm kidding.
how's
We don't
your
have to go
friend?
there. What's up?
You had a friend that you were
I
like that you liked.
uh, that's not really that's not really how that conversation went. But she's good. I mean, we still talk. I don't want to talk about her, but she went into family law as well.
Oh yeah.
Um,
You think that's like wrong?
what's up?
You think that's like wrong? You shouldn't go into family law.
No, that's what my dad did as well. I think it's great. But she left private equity.
Oh,
She's like you. She left corporate law,
did she talk about it
searching
with you?
better things.
You guys have like conversations?
Yep, that's what I mean. That's how people talk generally.
No, but like long phone conversations where like she tells you about what she was feeling.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, it's been a while. I guess less frequently
Does she
now,
ever?
but
Do you get like a rush of endorphins whenever you see like a message from her and like, oh, let's have a chat?
yeah, dude, almost like me talking to you right now. But the rush isn't as big.
All right.
Um, you never answered the question though.
If she's a 10 in FedSoc,
Yeah,
would I go on a date with someone in FedSoc?
sure.
Hell no.
Among other things. Not even a date.
I might go on a
That's
date. I
pretty
don't
harsh.
know. I don't know. I mean, like,
What if she's FedSoc and before, like summer before 3L, she's been clerking
for like,
for Kavanaugh.
I might take
No,
that
for Clarence
day. I
Thomas.
might take that day. Who knows? I mean, listen, I get along with conservatives in person, and we have a good time. But if they're FedSoc, it's an upper hill
Is Ryan
battle for you.
Mullally
Like,
FedSoc?
I don't know, maybe.
I
It's
mean, we all know as an NYU law guy, he must be a partisan hack, right? But if he was
he must
FedSoc,
be. I have to add that like I don't think that for some people the political disagreement is important for their like partner, long term partner. I like disagreement, and I think that it can be helpful. But like, there's a certain like limit on the values, right? Like, you wouldn't
yeah,
date probably like a KKK member. Would you like want to go on a date with a
dude, we're
groyper?
talking about FedSoc
I know.
people.
I'm saying
They're like
everyone.
educated. They're not like.
I'm not. I'm the only point I'm making is one you wouldn't disagree with, which is that essentially there's a line. Everyone has a line in terms of how far from their.
What's your line, bro? You haven't new like delineate if you don't
Um,
mind me asking.
I
Like,
don't think I could ever see myself with like a Trump supporter, but like in long term
really?
is what I mean. Yeah. What about you?
No, definitely not. But you say supporter. What if they went 2 out of 3 and they just skipped 3 and they just are like
Are they
they
like a
aren't even
centrist? Like
they
both
never
sides are
disavow. They never
bad.
disavow. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, probably like I don't know. I think it would depend case by case. You know what, Geezer? Thank you so much for the contribution. All right, you're making me think about it. Maybe I'll come down from my high horse.
This is the kind of content that people need. Like
People want the relationship advice. All right.
people need it.
I
Someone
have
else
to
is
get
gonna
I have
need
to get to this like Rob Moore thing at some point. So I have one other call and then I'll. But thank you so much and call
Fight some Lawrence Pisco.
Yeah, later. Bye.
Carter.
This guy. All right, we have Andrew. Yo, what up, Andrew?
Sorry, had to mute the
You're
stream.
good. What can I do for you?
You're a bit ahead of me. Cool. And for those in your checks, there might be crossover. And my YouTube username is Dosvaldania. So
Docile what?
Dosvaldania. It means it's a misspelling of how Russians say good luck. Although I'm not Russian, so
Like Das Vidanya instead of, but
Yeah.
is your name one of those phrases?
yeah.
Docile or that you're docile?
No, it's supposed to be Dosvaldania. So the story behind that is I heard that word first when I was playing BioShock, and I just misheard it, and then I made that my gamer tag, and it stuck for everything.
Oh shit! Very cool. BioShock, great game.
Amazing game.
Yeah.
Word.
Would you kindly? Yeah.
So,
What's your disagreement?
yeah. So, my disagreement is like I think before the other guy hopped on, like the main point around, I think more broadly, Democratic leadership in the House and the Senate. I guess we could specify the Schumer.
Yeah.
I do want to caveat that I'm the sort of person where, if Schumer were to like lose in a primary, I don't care. Like if he loses in a primary, that means like he wasn't probably strong enough to hold in that seat.
Even if he's
So,
effective,
like,
you wouldn't care.
I'm sorry, what?
Even if he's effective, you wouldn't care.
If he was effective, then I don't think you would need to worry about him like losing necessarily. Like, I think
Interesting.
there's
So then,
clear.
so then by definition, he's not effective, right? Because we are worried about him losing if he were to have a primary challenge.
I think that's fair. I think there are two different ways in which like someone can be seen as effective. Like you can see someone as effective, or voters can see someone as effective because they're good at their job as like a Senate minority leader or Senate majority leader, but maybe voters don't see that person as like an effective like representative for them as a senator, right? So because Schumer has two jobs, it's to be the one of the senators from the state of New York, but also to be the Senate minority leader.
Agreed.
And like, yeah, so like someone can be effective within their role of being Senate majority leader, but that doesn't mean they're or minority leader in Schumer's case, but not necessarily like, but the voters in his state or district, if we're talking about like someone from the House, like might not necessarily see them as like the most effective person they want representing them in said.
Well,
Senate or
I'm
House.
certainly not trying to equivocate. When I say effective, I just mean in both of their roles.
Okay. But I think like for the purpose, cool, that's fine. I think for the purposes of like though this conversation, we probably want to stick to like specifically their role as like the leader in the Senate, or in Jeffrey's case, the leader in the House.
Yeah, we
because
can
I
keep,
don't
we
because
can keep
voters,
it to that if you want.
Yeah, well, the reason is because like voters vote for a senator. Their voters are going to go into the ballot box not necessarily being like, do I want Schumer to be the Senate majority leader? They're going to be like, or Senate minority majority leader. They're vote going in to say, do I want Schumer representing me, for me as someone who lives in New York for this?
I think it's hard to
Senate.
disentangle that in terms of the voter, their attitudes, because my guess is that if there were to be a New York primary challenge, a serious one of Schumer, his role as minority leader would come up, and people would consider it when they're thinking about who to vote. I don't think they would hermetically seal Schumer's, obligations to his constituents as the senior senator from New York, that they would disentangle that from his role as a minority leader. I think that they would all be calculated and put into the cauldron. And certainly some of the things he's done as minority leader, as opposed to, I guess, as just another senator, would factor in to some extent. I'm not sure what would be the predominant, but certainly if I were voting in the New York Senate primary, I certainly would be taking into consideration his leadership role.
That's fair. I think the counterexample I would point to is like Mitch McConnell, who is retiring,
Mm-hmm.
Or is retired. I can never remember that one, and that's embarrassing for me not to remember that one. But the Mitch McConnell was a very effective Senate minority and majority leader. But a big reason why he's retiring is because he probably was not going to win re-election. And probably the feeling I would have is he wouldn't win re-election because they didn't see him as an ineffective majority minority leader. They would have seen him as ineffective because like largely for the Republican side, like he's seen as
he's effective on like as from an outside perspective under our lights, in that we think that he's been successful in fucking up the country and getting wins for the conservatives in the country. But like the notion of effectiveness is just going to be indexed to their specific voters, and on their lights, he's been ineffective because he's undermined Trump sometimes, and they view him as sort of
insufficiently
right
in line with the Trump administration.
Right.
But we can acknowledge that those are two different things for like what voters are seeing and what they're voting for.
Yeah, it depends
right?
on
like they're not.
If by effective you mean that he was able to extract ruthlessly wins for Republicans under trying circumstances, he was effective in that sense. But ask any like Trump MAGA person if they thought McConnell was effective, they'd say fuck no, because the notion of effectiveness presupposes some purpose. And if you think that like it's not good or helpful to get to a certain end, like we would never say, well, if Schumer's purpose is to lose everything all the time, then he's, I guess, technically effective because he's, and he does. I'm not suggesting that he does lose all the time. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying if it were the case that Schumer lost all the time and that was his intention, then he has been effective. He has accomplished his desire. His like conscious object has been accomplished. So it's just going to be kind of based on what you think the purpose of the Democrats ought be, and to what extent have they fulfilled that ambition. Now, we impose on Republicans this kind of, I guess, logical, like, well, surely Republicans would want more Republican judges. They would want to stymie the Obama agenda. They would want to keep their senators together to get concessions in these negotiations. And on those metrics, like, yeah, McConnell has been effective, but to the Trump voter, he's not been effective in that they don't think that his purpose is worth achieving. They disagree with that purpose, and they don't think too highly of the wins.
Yeah, I mean, and they apparently thought he was the right person for a very long time. So
yes,
like,
correct.
Yeah, so like, obviously, like that changed now, but like that change is probably a very recent thing. Regardless, like, so I think, so when I hear you speak,
Yeah.
primarily on Live and Learn, when I hear about your complaints about the role of democratic leaders, I think I often hear like two complaints on your end.
Mm-hmm.
One, and this is one I've heard primarily levied at Schumer, which is, especially for this recent the shutdown ending, is that he was unable to keep his caucus. If Schumer, who said publicly he would not have wanted the shutdown to end, and in fact voted to not end the shutdown, if that is his position, then he did not do a good job of
he was unable
together.
or unwilling to keep the caucus together to produce that outcome.
And then the other, I think, point of, I won't say complaint. Complaint sounds too pointed. I think criticism is a more accurate descriptor of like what you are, like of what you're leveraging.
I don't take issue with complaint. Criticism, complaint.
We're both New Yorkers, you and I guess we can be a little bit more aggressive in our language.
I just want to say I don't want to claim the mantle of New Yorker. It's where I live now, but I know that I think there's like a 10-year bar to living in New York City.
That's bullshit.
Before you can call yourself.
Where are you from originally?
New England.
Okay, I'm from New Jersey originally.
Gotcha.
You can claim New York, right? It's a spiritual feeling, not a length of time.
I've been here for years. We'll put it that way. But yeah. So one of my complaints was what you just about the CR, and then what's the second one you said?
I would say that like the second major criticism I hear from you, like in regards to Democratic leadership, is around like the messaging, whether that is the content of the messaging or the proactivity of the messaging. Is like a fair bifurcation of like what.
I think it's a decent synthesis. If there was one, I would. So basically, what you pointed out is like his performance on key votes, what I consider to be key votes, and it would extend beyond the CRs, including lack of pressure, I think, on Laken Riley and other laws as well. So that's one aspect. The other is definitely messaging in terms of like optics and having strong connection and communication skills. And I would say there's also like a sub 3, which is in terms of substantive positions, especially I would say with respect to Israel and on some other issues related perhaps to public health care, etc. He's maybe not in line with as much of the Democratic base, but that's kind of like a minor point. It's really not ideological. Like maybe you could get that on him, but he's at the end of the day, he's his own person. And so like, the main ones are, I think, lack of effectiveness on key votes, on certain key votes, and then optics, black hole.
Okay. So how about we start with like the first one, which is like, how has like Schumer Democratic leadership done in keeping their caucus together? And I think probably for this one, you and I would agree that we're largely focusing on Schumer because the House has largely stood in unison, except for like one Jared Golden.
Yeah.
In keeping the shutdown going, whereas the Senate obviously voted to end it. And I guess like I think one of the points of differentiating I want to do here is, even though like both the Senate and the House are houses are like legislative houses, and both Schumer and Jeffries have similar but not necessarily identical roles within their respective
Fair.
like houses of legislature. Like, I said this in Live and Learn. I think Hutch pointed this out, and I'm a Hutch viewer. There's a pretty big distinction between like Senate and House. When it comes to what a leader for the House is able to do, and what the leader for the Senate is able to do, and that is the terms of service for both houses, right? A member of the House of Representatives has to be up for re-election in 2 years. A member of the Senate is 6 years. What that means for the House, in like my opinion and from like my experience, is, and probably a Republican House Speaker would disagree, but there's a
That's what you're
different
gonna run
factor.
into is like all the fucking problems in the House for the Republicans.
Yeah, but I think there's an asterisk factor when it comes to Republicans in the House that has to do with like the Republican Party in and of itself having like this additionally boon of having this like hyper unified like messaging apparatus behind it that goes beyond like the elected representatives. That's like I'm basically the right wing media ecosystem.
You say that, but
isn't
it's mixed results. Like throughout their own speaker, they just had a discharge petition be successful on something that Trump was totally against, and so I don't know that House of Representatives is a perfect example of the speaker being able to maintain, especially the last 4 years and anything to go by. I'm not so sure that that's the case. The Republicans have had a hard time corralling on votes that should be easy for them. Now, sometimes to their credit, they've pulled through, oftentimes with help from Trump to really, really put the pressure on, but they have struggled to maintain unity at key times. And yeah, sometimes I would always bet on the pro-Trump position, but sometimes it's not been the case, and it hasn't stopped like a bickering, even on an issue of like massive consequence, like who should lead us. And the Republican dissidents that were able to push out their speaker. That's insane. So yeah, I mean, I hear you. The structure there probably lends itself to the House being more amenable to the whims of the populace because they're up for re-election every 2 years. But it doesn't seem intuitive to me that therefore the speaker has more control over those whims. If anything, I think the recent history has shown that that's like it's maybe not even that. Maybe it's the opposite.
So where I would disagree with you there is that I think you are undercounting like just the effectiveness of like the Republican like media apparatus around how it messages and how it's able to reach like its voters. That media apparatus is able to define like what issues and what qualities in a leader like the Republican electorate should expect, and serves as like an additional like block that if you're a leader on the Republican side, you very much have to take into account. That doesn't really exist on the Democratic side, where there's not a unified Democrat media apparatus in the same way.
Okay, but that's consistent. If that's true, that's consistent across the House and the Senate, and so it doesn't. There's symmetry there. But you're trying to compare as between the two houses.
Right, but I was raising that as an asterisk for the Republicans because I said a Republican House Speaker might disagree with that. I don't think that's true for like the Democratic House Speaker and the Democratic Senate.
What you're suggesting is that it's sui generis. It's in other words, it's unique to Republicans that they have these problems in the House reps, and therefore I can't extrapolate from their issues in the House that Democrats would have similar issues in the House. Is that what you're saying?
I think so. I think that's what I'm saying. I think that's what I'm saying. I think you would see a very different like example between like if Democrats had the same unity of media behind them. I think you would see different additional factors being taken into account for like Speaker of the House. So that was one I want to throw. My big one is just the terms part. So if you're the leader in the House for a party, and you're the leader for the Senate for a party, like you don't just have like the responsibilities of, whipping the votes, being in control of your caucus, being a spokesperson for your caucus. Like typically you're chosen for those positions, because of additional factors relating to like how are you able to better increase the members of your caucus within those houses. Predominantly, the big one is fundraising. Like, if we're being honest, like, are you good at raising the money into largely in either individual congressional races or the campaigns? Losing the word for it, but either for the federal side would be the DCCC or the
If that's the metric, then
DSCC.
Schumer's got some problems because the fundraising has been shit in the new term.
It's been picking up. It's been picking up lately. There was just a broad hold on contributing money to, frankly, just Democrats and left-leaning things for most of the year. That's been like reversing as we've gotten near the back, as we've gotten near the end of the year. I think there was a lot of angst on the donor side around what path forward do we see for the Democratic Party. So I'd be interested to see, like, going into next year, at the end of this year and going into the beginning of next year, what fundraising looks like for both the Democrats in the House and Senate.
Well, my prior, and you can say this is wrong, is that someone who is deeply unpopular within the Democratic Party, all else equal, right? Like that person might have a harder time appealing to. Now, maybe you say that's different for like big donors or something, and big donors, they really cater to Schumer, and so maybe it's not 1-to-1 or whatever. So I can hear that, but all else equal, I'm not sure why we should trust
small individual donors is what you're getting at.
Yeah, and to the extent that they're doing like super PAC shit and whatever.
Yeah. So my experience with that, is that a lot of small individual donors like tend to contribute directly to candidates rather than to like the broader committees. You tend to, like, a lot of those committees are raising from institutional money or like large donors, right? So think of like Open Society Foundation.
Sure.
Those sorts of things.
Can I just cut to it? Like, do you have any reason to think that someone like Chris Murphy or Chris Van Hollen would be less effective on the fundraising front than Schumer? Is there any reason to think that Schumer has a particular expertise that some other like respected Democrat wouldn't be able to handle?
I think my answer to that would be a disappointing I don't know, mainly because I don't know how good of a fundraiser Chris Murphy or Chris Van Hollen are.
So then it can't be a basis to distinguish Schumer's...
But the difference is that I do know that Schumer historically has been a very strong fundraiser.
In the past, perhaps. But again, like, if you don't have a basis to think that another Democratic... You're basically saying, I'm scared of uncertainty, and so I'm heavily discounting... you're very, very risk averse, right? So you're pricing in a huge, I don't know what we want to call it, a discount rate or something on that uncertainty. You're giving that a high value, and even though you don't necessarily have a basis to distinguish Schumer and Murphy and what would happen, because you have a track record of Schumer in the past for fundraising, you're just going to discount uncertainty as to those individuals. Or I'm sorry,
maybe,
you're gonna highly value against preventing uncertainty. Very risk averse.
Yeah. Maybe, but I don't think this was like really the crux of what I was getting at when I said that, when I was saying how outlining like those additional responsibilities, like especially like fundraising. I think like the ultimate point that I was getting at was the combination of those additional responsibilities combined with like the realities of how long a member of the House serves per term and a member of the Senate serves per term.
I guess I'm not sure the connection. You want to suss it out?
Yeah. So if you're a member of the House, when you're a member of the House, you have basically a year before you have to worry about like campaign mode. That means if you have like a really strong like House leader or just a competent like minority majority leader in the House, like who's a strong fundraiser, that person is going to have an incredible amount of control over their caucus, because that caucus has to more worry about getting elected sooner than the member of the Senate. if you're elected to the Senate, you have 6 years, right? So I heard one of your criticisms of the Dems in the Senate, of a few Dems in the Senate, specifically like at Ruben Gallego, is him voting for the Lake and Riley Act.
Correct.
Well, like Schumer, and like I don't know if Schumer, like Schumer voted no on that, but like I don't know if like Schumer like tried to get his caucus to vote yes or no on that. But I do know that Ruben Gallego can make the calculation of what are you going to do to me my elections in 2030.
Yeah, I'm not really interested in like I kind of use this as a dodge. Like, well, Ruben Gallego would say this. It kind of reminds me of these discussions of like Israel has no incentive to deal and or they like. I'm not asking from the subjective stance of Ruben Gallego. I'm asking from the person I'm talking to's subjective stance. And so I'll give you an example on Manchin. Manchin, do you agree with or disagree with the following proposition? Manchin should not have voted for the Inflation Reduction Act. Do you agree with that?
That Manchin should not have voted for the Inflation Reduction Act. Yeah. That he should not have voted for the Inflation Reduction Act. I disagree with that. He should have voted for the Inflation Reduction.
But you agree that he could have made the calculation that voting for the Inflation Reduction, and he's probably correct, reduces popularity in West Virginia, right?
Yeah.
So
maybe
why would you?
I don't know. No, actually, in all honesty, like I don't know. I think like the complicating thing with Manchin in that position is, I think it was probably a foregone conclusion that Manchin was not going to win his reelection. So if he's not going to win his reelection, then
you think it's a foregone conclusion, right? If you think it's a foregone conclusion that he's not going to win his election, then that removes that incentive from being considered as a way to exculpate Manchin. That was the rationale given by all these people, including myself, of why Manchin had to be appeased, is because he needed to win re-election. We need to prepare for him for a re-election. So if you're saying, oh, it was all worthless in the end, that rationale goes away.
Well, no, I think like the whole point of like saying you have to appease Manchin was to move him closer to a yes vote. Like, I think like the difference, like why you appease Manchin, even if you feel like, even if you support the position of it's a foregone conclusion he's not going to win his re-election, is that like this guy is voting for more reasons than just can I win an election. He's voting because he has a certain amount of beliefs.
Because it's the right or wrong vote. You give that grace to Manchin. You give that grace to Manchin, but you don't ever give that courtesy to me, which is I think that like you say, Manchin should be allowed to vote as conscious, but I shouldn't be able to criticize someone who doesn't, or who I think isn't opposing to it, or like so like if. The reason I give the Manchin example.
I'm confused right now. Sorry, no, I don't mean to interrupt. I'm confused right now. Like, I don't disagree with you that Dems shouldn't have voted for the Lake and Riley Act, if that's like what you're getting at right now.
Oh, so you agree that Ruben Gallego should not have voted for the Lake and Riley Act? You agree with that?
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
No, I
so we agree.
don't think he needed to do. I don't think he needed to do that. But like, that's not like really the.
No. Sorry. So I didn't ask.
Right?
I didn't ask whether he needed to do it. If by need you mean like he logically needed. I'm asking, do you think it was the right? Should he have voted for the Lake and Riley Act? That's the question. And can you answer it?
I think Ruben Gallego felt like he had to do it.
I didn't ask whether he felt he had to. I asked you.
Okay,
should he?
I would do it.
Yes. No. I'm not saying would you. No. I'm not saying would you have done it. I'm asking, should Ruben Gallego? So the question is should. It's ought. It's a normative question. Should Ruben Gallego, not you, Ruben Gallego voted for the Lake and Riley Act? Yes or no?
Dude, I don't know. Like, I can't. Like,
if you're not sure, if you're not sure, then what basis do you have to criticize me?
But I'm not criticizing you over your criticism of Ruben Gallego.
Oh, great. So you don't know whether or not, but I think I do, and so you're not criticizing my position, right?
Yeah, no.
So there's no conflict. So then why'd you bring it up?
I think the point I was getting at with Ruben Gallego voting for the Lake and Riley Act was like in relation to like if you feel like Schumer should have done more or did a bad job of getting his members to not vote for the Lake and Riley Act. And the point I was making is Ruben Gallego on his end, like he's looking at the leverage Schumer has against him and saying, I'm not up until 2030. I have time to recover from whatever pressure you can do to me.
Oh, you're saying like Schumer can't actually pressure these people And so Schumer can't actually move these people because he just has no leverage. This is the kind of like Joe Biden argument that Biden couldn't have moved Manchin, right?
Yeah, like there's with all these things are leverage. The leader in the House has significantly more leverage over over the members of their caucus because they're up for a re-election in 2 years versus like the 6 years of the Senate.
Okay, so here's my response to that. The first is I think that the fundamental question is what, like the first question we need to answer is, should the Democrats have voted this way? Because if it's like ambiguous or it's not clear that they shouldn't have, then I think that like the argument falls apart. So I think that they should not have voted for the Lake and Riley Act because I think that it authorizes more power in ICE, and it was so predictable that ICE would be under Trump doing all sorts of abuses, and that we didn't need to give them more authority that the Lake and Riley Act does, and also the Lake and Riley Act anticipates greater uses of funds that are needed, and I think it paves the way for an argument that ICE needed to be even more funded. So I think they shouldn't have voted for it. Now the question is, like, could Schumer have dispositively affected the result of that vote? The answer, I think, is I'm not sure. But I think the reason is I'm not sure is he didn't try.
Well, I think the reason he probably didn't feel like it was worth trying. I have to read up on like. I'm assuming you're bringing that up because you've read enough on that to have enough information from reputable news sources that say that this was not a priority for Schumer to push the members of the caucus not to vote for this thing, right?
There's no indication that Schumer was, if anything, right? It's like Schumer was allowing and didn't seem to say anything to the fact that this law. I didn't hear him like AOC was making a speech about why the law was bad, and in the House as well. Like there were, I think, defections to vote for it additionally. And what I think is key to whipping votes and seeing that's possible is to try.
Okay, like I guess my question for you is, because I'm genuinely, I guess I can just Google it, but like, when was the Lake and Riley Act passed? Like in 2025?
In the first couple months of his administration.
Yeah,
maybe February or March.
We had just gotten out of an election, which one of the biggest, where even though affordability was the largest issue, probably the second largest issue was like immigration. Like immigration was underwater, and you had a bunch of members on the Democratic side. If I look down the list of this recently, it was almost entirely the purple members in purple states who felt like if they were seen as voting against a bill that was a confluence of two issues, like immigration and crime, because that's what it was, whether you and I like it or like the actual content of that bill or not, that would be seen as a political poison pill to vote against.
I know the argument.
Yeah. So if I'm Schumer and I just got out of an election year, which they did pick up a Senate seat, but like they did also like just like lose.
They didn't pick up a Senate seat. They lost like a bunch. They lost the Senate. What do you mean?
Well, no, they lost. Sorry, I'm confused. Sorry, I confused. They did pick up the Arizona Senate seat, or they kept the Arizona Senate seat. No, you're right. My bad.
They lost a bunch of seats. I think that's what you're making. It's like in the face of these losses in the 2024 election, doesn't it make sense that they don't stand tall on the Lake and Riley Act? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that like if I have these members in these purple seats after an election year we just lost, I'm the leader of this caucus. Like my leadership, because we just had these losses, is probably in jeopardy. Doesn't make sense for me as a leader. Doesn't make sense for my caucus to make my first big move to be trying to whip them to vote against this bill.
I mean, would you vote for the big beautiful bill on that basis? Well, because we lost, we have to vote for the big beautiful bill, or because we lost, if there were a law that said deport all Haitians, that we would have to vote for it just because Trump won. It proves too much, and it's not a standard that the Republicans have ever applied. Obama gets elected, and they're like, we're going to make sure he's a one-term president. We're not going to approve anything. So I don't know why it follows that you win an election, and therefore you acquiesce to the other side. I think that's fucking cuckery.
Well, because I think it's something, because I don't think they're necessarily acquiescing to the other side. They're acquiescing to where like voter sentiment was at the time.
Yeah, so they know, right? Like that. Given if you ask the American people, the like, do they want to deport criminals? Do you think illegal immigration is a problem? Yes, they're going to say yes. I'm not going to here to say immigration isn't a major issue, but acknowledging that doesn't mean you pass every bill that empowers tyranny. You could have a principled vote against Lake and Riley and say, notwithstanding that, I want to make sure we deport all the criminals. There's nothing that prevents you from adopting a, I don't know, what they termed like a sane policy on the border, whatever, a more strict policy on the border, and not voting for the bill. That's what I don't understand. People paint this, and I love Hutch, I mean, as like every vote disqualifies you from arguing immigration or is dooming your eventual political career. If anything, right? The fact that the senators have longer times in office countenances against us thinking that this vote that happens 5 years before his election, or I don't know, 4 years, he just won, right? Gallego was a junior senator. He just won. If your argument follows that 6 years a longer time horizon, and so they're less able to be bullied by Schumer, surely they're less able to be bullied by the electorate under those conditions.
Yeah, no, I don't think that's unfair, but I do think like one of the things that they're taking into account isn't just their own positions. It's also like the individual politics within their own states as well.
My belief might be an unorthodox one, and maybe it's an idealistic one. I think that you should do the right vote for the country if you're a senator or a member of Congress, unless there's some overriding election reason not to, or some triviality in what's being expressed. So,
well, yeah, that's the constant debate people have about what it means to be a representative, right? Like, are you there to do like it's always exactly what the people who elected you want to do, or are you also there because like
I'm just telling you my view. My view is that members should do what's in the best interest of the country first, and then, unless from perspective of saving the republic, whatever, there's an overriding reason for you to buck what's in the best interest of the country. And that means there's a good reason to think that it would seriously imperil your election chances. And even then, if it's an issue of a significant, even greater importance than that, I would say give up that election. If it really is an issue of like, now I wouldn't put the Lake and Riley Act on that level but I just don't have a reason to think that the Lake and Riley Act was a necessary vote for these 12 senators. It wasn't a necessary vote for them at all.
So I was mainly saying the other thing because you said like your position was unorthodox.
I'm not sure if it is. I
think that's a common debate people have about like what is the role of a legislator, really, a representative of like a district or a state. So I don't think what you're saying, like I don't think your position is unorthodox, but my experience is that most legislators take the view of we're here to represent our district, which means we're going to vote in line primarily with where our state, if you're a senator, or where our district, if you're a member of the House, is. And insofar as there are issues that we feel like we stand on, like we probably campaigned on those, like, and thus if we campaign on those and won, that means that our district wanted us to do those things. So I hear you when you say like your view is that they should do what's right for the country, but their voters are electing them based on a platform that they ran on, and those voters believing that, and also like just on their own opinions, those voters are believing that they are doing and what they support is what's right for the country. Who are you to say they are wrong?
So I never want to hear you criticizing a Republican who voted against the impeachment of Trump.
No, I can like.
I'm not asking relative. I'm asking you. So I just want to be clear. I'm never in this context asking what you think makes sense for the other person to do. I'm only asking what you think is right. All right. I just want to be clear about that. So I'm not asking you about your subjective.
I would criticize. I think I would still criticize, but
Why?
but my criticism isn't only levied at those like Republican members of like
They're
the
just
House or
doing
the
what
Senate.
their
My
what their
criticism
base
is
wants.
also levied.
They're just doing what their
My
constituency
criticism is
wants.
also levied at the voters who voted for those people to do that.
Whether it is or not, I'm not asking whether your criticism extends further. I'm just asking about the criticism of the people that I'm talking to. Yeah, it's irrelevant at this point whether or not your criticism also extends to the voter. But what's your basis of criticizing a Republican senator who votes against the impeachment of Trump? He's just doing what he thinks his reps want, his constituents want.
Yeah, and I'd criticize him and his constituents. I don't think that's inconsistent.
Well, it does seem that you're giving grace to people who take bad votes, although you're not willing to say the vote against the Lake and Riley Act was bad. Or sorry, in favor of it was bad. I'll note that. But so long as the senator subjectively thinks that this is in the best interest of their reelection chances, you're saying, what can I say?
I think what I'm saying is that the senator is like that senator was elected by their constituents who hold a position in support of that bill, and it's their job, or they feel it's their job to represent the wants of their constituencies. Like when I think
don't
a lot
doubt
of times,
that, but
like,
that's not the question. Why do you say that? Like I don't agree with that.
Well, because I don't really understand like necessarily like what your question is right now.
So the question is, why are you willing to give grace to Democrats who take votes with an eye towards the electoral consequences absent some overriding reason, but you're not going to give grace to other senators who vote against, certainly like Republicans, for the same reason, even though in other contexts we call it cowardly not to vote for this, right? Like there's tons of situations in which, I'll give you another example, in the Obamacare fight where I believe it was Joe Lieberman who was one of the votes against the public option. Like in that situation, people have a right to criticize Joe Lieberman, but Joe Lieberman could have said, listen, this is what I think is in the best interest of my constituents, and this is what I think my constituents want, and that's why I'm doing it. It's very rarely you're going to get a senator say, I'm doing this because of the donors, I'm doing this because I'm evil, I'm doing this because I want lower taxes. They always have some like purported rationale that this is what their constituents want. And so what is your basis? Like, when will you criticize a vote absent explicit statements of malice?
I think there's a disconnect here. Like, I do criticize like the Dems who voted for the Lake and Riley Act. Like, I also criticize like people, and that means voters who like feel like that was a good thing to vote for.
Okay.
That's separate from me understanding why they did it.
Oh, I don't doubt that. Like, I don't think it's been in doubt that you understand why they did it. I understand why they did it. They understand why they did it. So I don't really think that the understanding why they did it has been in question this entire time.
Yeah, and once again, I just wanted like redirect to what we were originally talking about was like, I don't have a criticism of like your criticism
of the vote. You're saying it to an extent of Schumer. I think
as an extension of Schumer and just leadership in general.
Well, I think it does. If the reason why I think it extends to Schumer is because Schumer didn't even try to corral these people. That's why I think it extends to Schumer. You're saying he has an excuse to not even try, and the excuse to not even try is because he knows subjectively these senators might have a preference for voting for it. But that just seems like okay. So then when should Schumer corral people?
Well, it's not just that. It's also the decision of, is this a fight worth having, and is this a fight we're going to win? I think you can make a reasonable argument that at that time, that was not a fight Schumer was going to win. That was probably also not a fight that like Dems were going to win. Like the sentiment of the country at the time, even post-election, was we need to be harsher on immigration. And with an election that just ended and Dems coming out of and Democratic approval being as low as it was, I don't think there was a stomach within the Democratic caucus, especially within the Senate, to like fight on that bill.
How do we know they weren't pushed?
I don't know, but I will also say that like I think this cuts to a point in which like maybe you don't know, because we don't know what conversations what conversations we had.
I
You
can't
said that
prove
like there
beyond a
wasn't-
reasonable.
you-
I can't prove that I know that Schumer didn't push, but if he did, we would have heard about it.
Well, I'm not even saying pushing. Like, I think I trust you. Like you're saying that there is plenty of evidence based on what was being reported that like Schumer like didn't push to fight against this, didn't push members to fight against this bill. I believe that. That doesn't necessarily account for just conversations members had around that bill.
Hang on a second.
And you and I won't know that.
So Schumer voted to advance the Lake and Riley Act to debate. He just voted no on cloture. Does that sound like someone who? So this morning, this is a statement from Schumer from January 17th. Biden is still in office. This morning, the Senate is scheduled to hold a cloture vote on the Lake and Riley Act. A week ago, I joined with the majority of my Democratic colleagues in voting yes to bring the bill to the floor on the motion to proceed. We told Republicans we wanted to have a serious and productive and fruitful debate on the legislation with the chance to vote on amendments to modify the bill. Democrats filed many amendments to the bill, but unfortunately, our Republican colleagues and the Republican leader didn't reach an agreement with us. We voted on 2 amendment votes, one from each party and no more. Unfortunately, without more changes to address deficiencies of the bill, I will be voting no. We Democrats want to see our broken immigration system fixed. We worked with Republicans last year on the strongest immigration bill in a decade. While I do not support this particular bill, I stand ready to work with both sides to pass smart, effective, and common sense legislation to secure our borders and reform our immigration system. So, and this is from Axios, Schumer, private signals on Lake and Riley Act. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, this is reporting from Axios, privately opened the door on Tuesday to the Senate Democrat negotiated amendments after the House passed the Lake and Riley Act. So Schumer told members on Tuesday the caucus may engage with Republicans, but they need to have more discussions. So he's encouraging discussions on the Lake and Riley Act. He's encouraging, it's a signal, and you know it. These are private signals saying, it's okay, Democrats, if you vote this way. If he didn't want it, he wouldn't send those signals. It's the same thing with the cloture vote on the CR. If the leadership doesn't want the bill to pass, they have ways of sending signals saying, hey, it's okay to engage with the Republicans on this bill. You just have to have negotiations. That is a signal that says this is a safe vote. We're not gonna. This isn't. We're not whipping you. I don't think that I have to convince you of that.
That's most bills. That's most bills, though. Like the statement you just read out loud would have been a statement you could have heard for like any number of bills. The actual examples of like someone being, there will be absolutely no engagement with the other side on this thing are like pretty extraordinary, or should be pretty extraordinary.
So, sorry, say that again.
Like the actual examples of like the other side, like being like, you cannot even engage with the other side, like in discussions around this bill. Like those are pretty extraordinary statements when those are made.
Privately? No. This is an expression, and I'm not the only person who says it. This is yes, like privately. I don't think it's that crazy to be like, hey, we're taking the position that we don't want this to pass.
But that wasn't really privately, right? Because because the press is reporting on that.
They're leaking it, right? So why does Axios have this scoop? Let's not be naive, right? Axios has this scoop because Schumer is leaking it, or someone who wants the bill to pass or wants to be able to vote for it is leaking it. That's how they fucking know it, because they want to signal publicly, hey, it's okay. And I'm not the only one who says this. Other Democrats criticize Schumer. Peter Welch said he was concerned about how the bill was handled. Other Democrats, insiders reported to, let's see, this is Colorado Politics. Democrats expressed anger at Senate Minority Leader for how he handled the Lake and Riley Act, which passed Senate this week after garnering bipartisan support. Some lawmakers complained that Democratic leadership should have secured more promises from Republicans that would have allowed amendments to the immigration reform legislation before giving their blessing to advance the bill. Bennett told the outlet he believed the swift passage of the bill reflects the way the Senate has broken down in some respects, and the fact that we're not able to have votes on an amendment that would have improved the legislation. The Colorado Democrat was one of 2 dozens in his caucus who approved an initial voting, moving the legislation forward on January 13th, so Congress have a debate, but he suggested it was really problematic that Schumer did not later mount a robust fight to add amendments to the Lake and Riley Act before 12 Democrats crossed the aisle to pass the bill. So I'm not the only person who has been disgruntled at how Schumer announced the or did the fucking Lake and Riley Act. If I were Schumer, I wouldn't have ever signaled that negotiate with Republicans on this at all. I wouldn't have done that at all, and much less basically say we are okay with these amendments and doing this kind of debate, but then not really push for it and not use the leverage that you have. So I think that it's clear that if Schumer had not wanted this to go forward, he wouldn't have been doing this kind of like, private signaling. And I think that you have to be a little bit naive to think this is all just genuine. And Schumer, what could he have done? He was just totally move by his caucus, even though there's no seeming effort to try to marshal a defense to extract concessions. Remember, Democrats got 0 concessions, and this was a necessary, like this absolutely they need Democratic votes for, and he was unable to get any concessions in the Lake and Riley Act. That is just absurd, and there's so many examples of that, right? In this year, there's the CR in March, there's what just occurred, and then there's this. Whenever they had the leverage.
Sorry, this being because this
Lake
being
and Riley Act.
Lake
Yeah.
Riley.
Sorry,
Okay.
when I said so many, there's those 3 examples where these are key moments and where Democrats have the leverage, which are rare in politics when Republicans control the rest of the branches of the political branches in the judiciary. And in every 3, Schumer got 0 extractions. That I don't think is a good record.
So do you think? I guess we can. That's a good segue into like this latest CR vote. Like,
oh, hang on. Can't you grant me that it seems like Schumer was privately signaling at the start of January, given what Axios scooped, that he was open to passing the Lake and Riley Act?
I think he was signaling that they weren't going to really fight. That they weren't going to really fight in the Lake and Riley Act. But that also lines up with what I said earlier, which was that like the feeling probably was that they weren't going to win on that one.
They were in control of that one. They needed the Democratic votes.
Hold up. But that passed during the first Trump term. Okay, yeah. So they needed the Democratic votes because in order to beat the filibuster.
Yes,
but like
they needed
the senators within the House, within the Democratic. Sorry, oh my God, I'm losing words. The senators that voted for that bill, with the exception, I think, of the New Hampshire and Maine, because I think Maggie Hassan and Angus King voted for the bill. Most of the senators that voted, Democratic senators who voted for the bill, were in purple states.
I mean, I will grant that, Fetterman's in a purple state, Cortez Masto purple, Ruben Gallego purple, Maggie Hassan, I would say slightly purple, Mark Kelly purple, Ossoff purple, Gary Peters purple, Jackie Rosen purple, Shaheen purple, Slotkin purple, Warner in Virginia. I don't really think it's that purple. I think it's more blue. So no doubt that it was
Virginia. Virginia's like Virginia and New Jersey. Virginia and New Jersey are weird because traditionally they are more purple in the off-year elections. But like, I'll grant you, like Virginia's more blue.
Okay, I mean, I don't doubt that these are like purple senators, but Gary Peters isn't even running for re-election. So explain that one.
I don't fuck Gary Peters. You weren't running for re-election. You should have fucking voted for that.
Yeah,
I wouldn't have done that if not his position. But I think that's
Fetterman,
one person.
Fetterman was a sponsor.
Do you think there's any Senate leader that would have been that's able to like control Fetterman?
I'm not sure about Fetterman. I think Fetterman is legitimately insane and the crazy person. But all I'm trying to say is like this seemed like the fact that these are all the purple senators. It seems, in my opinion, a bit much to think that Schumer privately wasn't okay with this. They were okay to let this one go. It didn't matter to Schumer that much.
Yeah, I don't think he thought. Yeah, because I don't think he thought they could win on that one, and I think he probably felt like he couldn't win with those purple state senators because they just got off an election year in which after like
they were motivated. They were motivated by fear. What was driving them was fear, and
but what the fear of what?
Fear of loss in an election. I don't doubt that that's the reason. Again, we keep going like, yes, I don't doubt that they're trying to do. Although I don't even know what Gary Peters. Maybe Gary Peters thinks that this is a good law. But like, I don't doubt that that's what they think. The question is that a sufficient justification for this vote? And I think the answer is no. And you're at least agnostic, right? You acknowledge you're agnostic on that.
If I was a member of the Senate, I would have voted. I would have voted no. But then again, I'm like, I'd be the member of the Senate from like fucking New York.
But if you were in Ruben Gallego's shoes, would you vote no? And I think you would, because this law, it's so predictable that Trump is going to be fucked up with ICE, and that this law is going to grant more power and discretion, even though it's premised in terms of like no
I mean,
discretion
actually,
to the president.
I do want to eventually move on to like the like
TR.
CR vote, but
Okay.
like I do want to say that like I appreciate the question of, if you were in Ruben Gallego's shoes, would you vote like yes for this thing? Like, I would, if you could transplant me with my beliefs, with like how I
Yes, that's what I'm doing. I'm not saying
where I lived,
I'm not saying you take Ruben
but if,
Gallego's brain, because then it's just trivially true that Ruben Gallego takes the vote because he takes the vote.
well, but it's also just like I don't like I have lived in Arizona, but I like didn't like I didn't live long term in Arizona. Like I didn't like grow up in that state. Like I don't represent that
I'm
state.
transporting
Like,
your brain into Ruben Gallego.
I was saying that when I was living and working in Arizona, as someone from like the Northeast, who like I didn't give two fucks about like immigration issues. Like I feel like I barely see that even in like even in like New York City. I'm just like, this isn't a fucking problem. But when I was in Arizona, for people there, it was something that was very top of their mind. Like, so
I think you just don't think this bill's that bad, because if this bill was like the give Trump unilateral discretion to fuck over everyone bill, you would say, of course, right? Like, you just don't think this bill's that bad.
No, I think this bill was bad but I also like am not those people. So I don't know, like, and I would have a hard time putting myself like 100% in their shoes as to why they would think that bill's good.
Yeah, I mean, like, I am not as interested in the relativistic question, because it just resolves itself. It's kind of like circular. It's like, if you were this person and you had their exact experiences that led them to have the state of mind and belief and preferences they have, would you vote for it? It's like you're assuming the answer in like the premise. So I'm basically suggesting to you that if the bill was more intuitively harmful in your mind, it were a bill to get rid of all green card holders in the whole country, because Congress had passed a law saying no more green cards, and everyone who has it, it's hereby revoked. They could do that, but presumably you wouldn't be in support of that, and you wouldn't be like, well, I guess Ruben Gallego might have been thinking everyone's against immigration, so he could have taken this view, and he could have had this vote. You wouldn't have been lenient. So
you think Ruben Gallego would vote for a bill that gets rid of like?
That's not the question. But I did have breakfast. But I'm not asking. You're fighting the hypothetical. The question is if, right? It's conditional. I'm not saying he would. I'm saying if. It pisses me off all the time. Like, yeah, I understand. Ruben Gallego probably wouldn't have voted for that law. I'm not saying he would have. The question is if. If it were the case that a law were proposed that got rid of all categories of legal immigrants and non-citizens in this country that were before a vote, and if Ruben Gallego voted for that and cited electability as a concern, you would not defend him on the notion that, well, he subjectively thought it was better for his electoral chances. And so part of what's going into your calculus is your subjective indifference to the Lake and Riley Act. That proves it.
That's fair. But like, I think there's as bad as the Lake and Riley Act is, like, I think there's a pretty significant step from like tossing out all green card holders and like the substance of the Lake and Riley Act.
I agree that tossing out more green card holders is way more extreme. It's just to prove the point that like part of what's going into your calculus is the prior that the Lake and Riley Act, it's whatever.
Yeah, no, I can think something's bad, but also like acknowledge that, like, unfortunately, like with what we saw in like 2024, like you're going to lose some fights on legislation that, like, well, I think objectively it's bad, but like subjectively, like people are going to think it's bad or good.
Okay, well, my standard for voting for a Republican's like bill is pretty high. If Democrats are going to give like Republicans wins, that bill must be like clearly in the best interest of the country, such that you would vote for it, or there must be an overriding concern with respect to electability that is not outweighed by the impact of the country. And here, I don't even think it's a close call. I think it's such an obvious point where Democrats are reacting with fear, and they don't want to be caught voting against the poor woman who was killed, like in Riley Act, and so they took the vote, and that's what they did. But I don't think that we should be giving Trump legislative wins. What the fuck? I don't even know why like I'm having to argue this. We should not be giving the Trump administration more authorities when it comes to the border unless there's an overriding reason.
Look,
And interior, and this is even worse because this is like the interior of the country, and this is like basically giving more authority to detain people, even on like mere accusations. It's subject to mandatory detention. It's not good.
Yeah, right. But then, but an individual senator sees their job as what am I doing that is good? What is what I'm doing good for my state or my constituency, which is my state. Like that is their first and foremost for most of them when they're like
I'm
making their
asking.
decisions.
I'm just talking about you and me and our prior on Schumer and these. And he didn't even try on this bill. We're looping, so let's get to the CR.
Okay, I guess my question for you on like the latest CR vote and the latest like shutdown fight is, what do you think they would have, like, Dems would have gotten the concessions that they were fighting for from this like Republican Congress?
I'm not sure.
Okay. So I think there's probably a greater. I joke about this, kind of half joke. I think there's probably a greater chance that like Republicans would have voted to like give our nuclear arsenal to a foreign adversary than like vote for cede to the Democrats on their demands. Like I don't think there was ever a scenario in which like the Democrats were going to get what they were demanding. I think probably overall the objective of the shutdown was twofold. One, make a good faith effort to try to get those things with the knowledge that you're probably looking at, like, if I'm just going to pick a random percentage number, like a 5% chance of success in getting what you want. And two, to put healthcare on the front and foremost of people's minds, so that now when Democrats and Republicans are running for re-election or just running for election, that's going to be a major issue at the front. And if you're looking at it through that lens, like, Republicans got really hammered in the shutdown fight and continue to stay pretty hammered post the shutdown fight ending. So I don't necessarily like know what more like I could have necessarily wanted.
So the question before us
on that, I will say, like,
the question is on the vote. The question is on the vote, right? Presumably, you agree with us initiating the shutdown fight on the premise of the ACA issue, correct?
Correct.
So you and I both agree on that. That's I don't have a problem with that being the issue. You don't have a problem with that issue. So the issue isn't what issue you raised or that you're initiating this fight, because we both agree on that. The question is the vote. The question is the vote to allow for the CR. That's the question. And your answer is you support that vote?
So I'm going to say this.
Why is this hard?
No, sorry, I'm trying to word how. I think the week that they did that vote wasn't great. I would have waited an additional week to do that vote. And I think my two complaints about it was the timing of that vote. I think we could have had more space to breathe and like celebrate the successes we had post the election, and also the communications around that vote from the individuals who made that vote.
So you disagree.
Probably would.
So what is the answer to the question? Would you have voted against the CR or in favor of it? That's the question. You have an answer.
Okay. I would have voted against it the week that they voted to end the shutdown, but I probably within a week or two after that would have voted to end the shutdown.
Okay, so just to be clear, you agree with me that it was the wrong vote to vote in favor of the CR, correct? So we agree on that?
At that time.
Okay. And you're saying...
I guess like that, when would you have wanted them to like end the shutdown fire?
I don't think that you should. I don't think that you relent until and unless they meet your demands. You don't get Democratic votes on a bill without Democratic input. I don't know why we would allow that precedent to continue. So the answer to you is indefinitely if necessary, force them to make a bad decision, force them to either come to the negotiating table with something tangible and real, or force them to continue the shutdown, or force them to eliminate the filibuster. One of those three. Three options, and we were winning in the public mind. It's this country. In this country, people who talk about the SNAP thing, they were illegally withholding it. They were illegally withholding SNAP. Now, eventually, with the contingency funds have run out, sure, people in this country, generally on the masses, we're not going to see mass death by starvation in the United States. I absolutely know that there is great pain involved in not having government services, no doubt. But the Democrats, they took that on when they decided that this is the issue worth fighting for. And when you make a bottom line apparent publicly, and you don't follow through on it, you lose all negotiating credibility whatsoever because they know you're weak, and you're not maximizing long-term gains against the Republican authoritarian administration. Now, it might turn out that Democrats will win the midterms anyway, and that it's overdetermined. But yes, that's my position. And frankly, I think it's a position, at least the official position, of Schumer, of Jeffries, and of all these people. So you have to make sense of that, because like Schumer's official position is not to put a timetable on when to vote. And so you either think he's lying and allowing for this to happen, or that he's wrong.
Okay. I'll get to that. I guess then my follow-up question to you would be like, how long would you be willing to put, 41 million Americans in a position in which they like can't get their SNAP benefits?
Well, I mean, I reject that framing altogether, that I'm the one doing it. How long would I be willing to have the indefinite?
Put yourself in the shoes of like a senator. Like, how long, if you're Senator like Pisco, like how long would you be willing to put 41 million Americans in a position where they can't get their SNAP benefits?
Have I answered this question? I will answer it again, but have I already answered this question? Yes or no?
Yeah, I mean, you've said...
Wait, sorry.
Like,
Sorry. I just want to pause. Have I already answered this question? Yes or no?
Yes.
Why did you ask it again?
But I'm asking you to...
Sorry. No, I just want to make sure. I just want to make sure that the audience realizes. You just said I already answered the question, and you understood the answer to that question. I'm asking you now why you asked the question again.
Okay. Because I think it is like, it's really easy to sit as someone who is not in elected office, who doesn't have thousands to hundreds of thousands of people counting on me to sit here as a pundit and an observer of politics to say, this is just the cost of doing this politics. Like, I'm not saying that.
I asked you why you asked the question. Sorry. You can make
here.
that. No. You could make that point. I'm just asking you why you asked the question again. If you knew the answer.
Because I thought it'd be interesting to see if like you would consider like a different answer if I was like, okay, this is like your position here as like a political pundit, like online, but like if you were to put yourself in the shoes of like a senator who had like constituents relying upon SNAP benefits to like, be able to like not be in food insecurity, like, would that change your position?
So presumably you would, if there was something that was important enough to you on the table, you would answer the same. If and it's going to be the same thing as like Riley Act. If the question related to all over Medicaid funding, right? So we're just talking Medicaid overall funding. It's a hypothetical. It didn't actually occur. It's a hypothetical. I know that this is more grave than what's being offered with the ACA subsidies. So you don't need to highlight the fact that it's hypothetical. The whole point is it's a hypothetical. It didn't happen. So I'm asking you this hypothetical. In the hypothetical in which the bill necessitated the elimination of all Medicaid funding, would you vote for it? Would you withhold your vote for that bill indefinitely?
So we're looking at the extreme of
and if someone said to you, and if someone said to you, but 41 million people will eventually lose access to their SNAP funding, what would you say? And that you're coming from a privileged position, what would you say?
Well, I would say, to that, I would say that like there's a difference between 41 million people losing their SNAP benefits and 330 million people losing like the access to like Medicaid and Medicare. Like at that point, like the numbers are greater on the other side, right? Like that affects my like calculation.
But someone says to you, but hang on, the 41 million people are suffering. They're suffering. And so what you're saying is that the issue with the ACA subsidies isn't important enough. That is what you're saying, isn't it?
What I'm saying is that like,
because if it was important enough, you would. Sorry. If it was important enough,
the loss of funding, for like the ACA subsidies is really bad. But like, there's a market difference between like funding between the funding cuts and cutting entire funding.
Beautiful. That's the point I'm trying to come across is you don't view this as that big of a deal. It's not worth the suffering, correct?
I mean, I view it as a big deal, but if I'm
it's not like, big enough deal
leveraging it against 41 million people like not getting SNAP benefits, then like
once again, I reject the framing that Democrats are ultimately responsible. That's kind of implicit in the question. But even assuming that, like, right, like if you were to say, I knew 46 million people would die if Democrats didn't vote this way, obviously I would say vote for it. I don't think that is entailed by the loss of SNAP funding, though I do think it's a serious and grave situation in terms of affordability and food and availability of food and that kind of thing. I don't think that what we would see in response to that is mass starvation death. And you agree with that, don't you?
I don't think you'd see like mass starvation death, but you'd see
like you wouldn't be seeing
incredible increase in like food insecurity.
I agree, but you wouldn't see. You would agree hundreds of people die of starvation in this country, correct?
Probably not. No.
Okay, so when you say that, right? Yes, we're not talking about mass deaths due to starvation in America, are we?
Probably not.
Yeah, what we're talking about is something horrible for the poorest among us, no doubt. And my position is, I think, is basic here. If the issue of the healthcare subsidies is not important enough to be a bottom line and to stick to a bottom line, then it's not the issue the Democrats should have picked for a long-standing fight on funding. If it were the case that this is an issue worth fighting about on that level and to be a bottom line, then we should have continued it indefinitely. But it shouldn't have been a long-term thing, because all it would take to raise the issue of the healthcare premiums, I mean, I don't know, like do it for the first 2 weeks. Why did it need to last the longest shutdown in history for us to just concede there? You don't need to have that. Then the Republicans in some sense are right. If you just want to raise the issue related to the shutdown, just bring it up in the, take 2 weeks to do it and then cave after 2 weeks. It doesn't justify the additional time. And you wanted even more time. Why? Why would you justify 2 weeks or longer of a shutdown on this issue? Just because what? Because it's bad optics for Democrats? That was your justification, a purely pragmatic political justification to extend the shutdown for another week or two and inflict more pain on the American people, for the comfort of the Democratic base. In some sense, I think that's more callous than the position of saying, hey, when we have a bottom line on a negotiation for a long-term shutdown fight, we should stick to it. And if it's not that important, and the reason why someone like Hutch says 2 million people is because he wants to put in the mind of the viewer, in my opinion, because it's not relevant whether I am going to be affected or I'm going to starve or whatever, or that I'm going to have the food stamp benefits taken away. He wants to put on the shoulders of someone saying the Democrats should have stood tall, and by extension, Schumer, by extension, Jeffries, by extension, Newsom, by extension, everyone based, by extension, Sanders, by extension, the overwhelming sentiment in Democratic podcasts, influencer circle, all of that. He wants to put on their shoulders millions of people's death, even though that would never happen.
Well, I do want to say, I don't think that would happen. I don't think we've ever, since the introduction of SNAP, I don't think we've been in a position as a country in which those SNAP benefits have ever run out. I think like 2025 was like the first time in which like we got to the point where it's like SNAP can run out in a couple weeks.
Okay, then
that's an unprecedented thing. Like we can say it's likely there wouldn't be like hundreds dying of mass death, but we are saying that from like a perspective of like, confidence in just like America itself. We're not saying that from like experience of this happening before.
I think we were saying that based on the fact that in this country, think about like what it takes. It's actually like quite a lot of like lack of access to food to die from starvation. Now, it can absolutely cause you a lot of health problems, no doubt. And I'm not discounting that. But so can not having health care, right? Presumably not have, suppose that you don't have access to health care because you lost access to these subsidies. And now you don't get checkups, right? And you don't get screenings and you don't find, like, there's also health consequences to not having these subsidies at all. And then, of course, you haven't priced in the political consideration of maximizing the fight against authoritarian Trumpism. And the fact that the greater the majority for Democrats in upcoming elections, the greater chance to undo all the horrible shit that has caused so negative effects to Republicans. So my basic contention is this. If you're prepared for a long-term shutdown fight, if you set out a bottom line, you should stick to it. And if it's not important enough for you to stand tall in all these situations, then honestly, you shouldn't have taken that fight in the first place, in my opinion.
Okay. I understand that position. I think my position is that just because you vote to end the thing, it doesn't mean you didn't think that was important or it wasn't a priority, or you didn't think it was like bad enough. I think you make a calculation of how much harm are you willing to do in the moment. And I think for a lot of senators, because you mentioned that, because you brought up the people who voted against it, and you also brought up the people who voted for it. But the one other thing that the people who voted for it said, at least Tim Kaine said this, is that a lot more people who voted no on this thing wanted to vote yes.
Yep.
I think there's I think ultimately, like, if you're representing like these people, if you're representing people, like you're representing like your constituency, like, I think it's a pretty hard thing as like a representative to see like people within your districts like
who doubts
go
that?
without SNAP benefits.
Who doubts that?
And so like I don't know if this decision like that they made was necessarily around like political, like, will this, like, how well will this affect us like politically in the polls? I think like there's probably a pretty strong chance those people made that decision based on like, hey, like this is doing like real harm to people. I'm not willing to see like millions of people lose their SNAP benefits. This is as far as I am willing to go.
Do you think that's
Because
that's in contention?
Because when you do commit to a fight, you do ultimately set like, this is the terms to which like I am willing to fight up to. Like not every fight is an indefinite like war to the death.
So I don't. Do you think it's in contention that some of these senators may have been motivated by constituent calls and I'm sure a lot of it the travel stuff too, which was about to get completely
or just
fucked.
Not wanting to see people like lose SNAP benefits and get like really harmed?
Yeah, like I'm not doubting that they could marshal some argument that doesn't make them look like complete assholes. I'm not saying that they this isn't a conversation about what they could argue or what was actually like motivating them in that sense from a policy perspective. What I'm saying is what should have happened. Okay? I don't want to atomize down to the individual incentive for the senator and be like, well, it makes sense that this person would have done that. It's like a useless exercise in this context. I'm asking
I don't think that's a useless exercise.
I'm asking you, like, what do you think should have happened? What do you where would you have drawn the line? Here's like arbitrarily 2 weeks later, and I think that frankly,
well, but no, it's not arbitrarily 2 weeks later because the 2 weeks later was like the maximum you can continue this until SNAP would run out. Like what the line I was drawing is, I don't think I'd be willing to deprive 41 million people of SNAP benefits. Like I go to a grocery store, like where people,
but you are willing to deprive all these public workers of their paychecks. You are willing to fuck up travel for everyone in the country. You are willing to make sure that people are furloughed. You are like so.
I think because I think the number because I think those
soy
numbers are
cucking
outweighed
and
by
optics.
the people who lose, by the people who will be affected by the subsidies being cut from like Medicaid. I don't think those numbers are out. I don't think those Medicaid numbers are outweighed by the people, by 41 million people losing their SNAP
No, I'm talking
benefits.
about people's pay. Public workers weren't getting paid. You're willing to stomach that. and indefinitely, I suppose, right? Like you were willing. If it weren't for the snap, you're basically saying, if it weren't for the snap, I would have been in it for the long haul. Is that what you're suggesting?
Right. But why? Like, I did just lay out like what the difference between like my tolerance for the public workers like being furloughed and like the SNAP benefit and people losing SNAP benefits. And it was like numbers, like significantly more people were going to lose SNAP benefits than public workers were getting furloughed.
Yeah, but the individual damage done by loss of your paycheck for months, that might be more than the individual damage of losing the, I mean, food's an inelastic good. People are going to eat. Okay. And if you literally don't have any food available to you, there are organizations that feed people. There are things known as food pantries. So I'm not here to suggest it's not actually painful. I'm just saying, like, you're not counting at all in your factoring the enormous consequence for any particular individual of losing all their income for 1 million plus people in the federal government.
Okay.
But because it's like feeding the children. No, but come on, you know what you're doing here. You know what you're doing. But you're willing to indefinitely, and I don't know what subset of the million or whatever the federal workers are withheld pay. It's not just that. It's all the effects on services, all the services the federal government does to individual folks, all of the potential enforcement actions that need to happen. I'm sure that will be a backpile on all sorts of different benefits and slowing down of, like, I don't know, Social Security and all these administrators and stuff. It will fuck over tons of people. But the reason people pick on the SNAP thing is because even though it's not relevant, I think, you're able to say the person who wanted to continue indefinitely, even though that is, I want to stress this 2 more times, that is the consensus view among the Democratic House, all of them, save for like Jared Golden. That is the consensus view among the based Democratic contenders. And that's even the stated view of Schumer, indefinite. That's their stated view. That is their stated view. And what you're trying to tell me is...
Do you think Tim Kaine is like lying when he says there were other people who wanted to vote?
No,
like
I don't think that he's lying. But what you're suggesting to me is that the Democratic leadership, or at least key members of the Democratic Party, they're lying to their base.
In the sense that, like, they're saying they didn't want to vote for the thing, but people wanted to vote for the thing.
Right. So do you think Schumer's lying when he says he wouldn't vote for it? That's a lie.
Do I think? Honestly, I don't know.
I mean, this is what's so crazy. It's a moving target. Like, Schumer voted no. Jeffries voted no. The entire House voted no. And I don't hear you say, wow, Schumer's so irresponsible. Schumer was voting for 41 million people to go hungry. I haven't heard anyone say that. What they do say is, what I've heard, obviously is me, Pisco wants them to go hungry. But I'm not hearing them say Newsom wanted them to go hungry. I'm not hearing them say Hakeem Jeffries wanted them to go hungry. I'm not hearing you say Schumer's crazy. He wanted 41 million people to go hungry. Why aren't you saying that?
Okay. That's fair. I think you could say that. If you feel like his no vote was genuine, I have no reason to think his no vote wasn't genuine. Then I think it's probably a fair argument. Then it is a fair argument to say that that dude was
right because
losing tax benefits.
It's two, because there's only two outcomes. Either Schumer's vote isn't genuine and he's a fucking liar and they're lying to their base and playing games like they always do, or, which, by the way, you know what IRI said when I suggested that was possibly true? He said that was a dangerous conspiracy. So it's either that.
Yeah, I don't agree with IRI there.
Yeah, so it's either.
I think those sort of things. I think those sorts of. No, I don't think those sorts of things happen all the time in politics, man.
Right.
Certain people are willing. Certain people are willing to take a vote that they know other people want, but they feel like that would be politically not good with a certain segment of voters they don't want to piss off. They're like, we'll take this vote.
So I presume that the Democratic leaders, if I'm taking them on good faith, and if I'm taking Gavin Newsom and the respective governors in good faith, that the consequence of the Democratic votes wouldn't be so catastrophic as to imperil the lives of 41 to 43 million United States citizens. All right? So I'm presuming that when the Democrats vote or express that they're interested in maintaining an indefinite withholding of their vote and upholding basic negotiation tactics of not undermining your bottom line position by like just going by saying it's your bottom line and then caving. I assume when they make those public statements that they're informed enough public servants to know that what they're proposing would not result in the serious bodily injury or imminent death of 41 million Americans. Given that, unless you think they're all liars and they're all, and then that's a separate problem. That's a separate problem. If it's the case that they're all liars, then fuck them. Fuck them. Why do we want a party full of leadership with all liars? We can't trust a fucking word they say. So it's one of those two outcomes. And I think that in fact, I kind of take a worst of both worlds approach, that they're both lying in the sense of Schumer specifically, that he's lying, but that these other Democrats are right. That this is a fight worth having, and that you want to force the Republicans into a tough choice, and that overall, the fight is worth it. That's my view. That it's kind of both. That Schumer is lying, and also this is a fight worth having.
Okay, I think every fight has a point in which you go, this is the line I'm willing to go up to fight. And I think for those 8 senators, because quite a few of them were also against the shutdown fight to begin with, they felt like this was not a line I was willing to cross. And probably there were more senators, and probably members of the House as well, who felt like that we've maybe reached a point in which, like, we're not willing to put this additional thing at risk, and that those 8 members were willing to eat shit to vote to end that shutdown and take the political hit so that the rest didn't.
Right. So what does that tell you? That tells you that they knew it would be unpopular.
They knew it would be unpopular with specifically the Democratic base.
And I just find that so convenient, right? Because if the vote is done because if the defectors are doing it because they know it'll be a popular vote, you give them grace. And when you're doing it so that defectors, that's in the Lake and Riley Act. And when the defectors are doing something because they know it'll be an unpopular vote, you give them grace. It just feels like no matter, I don't even know why you would have a basis to criticize the vote that occurred on the day it occurred. Like, by your, I think, ultimately relativistic approach, couldn't you just say, well, why wait 2 weeks? Why wait 2 weeks? I mean, like, what basis do you really have to say that they did the wrong thing by doing it on that day as opposed to 2 weeks later? I just think you start to lose your justification for ever criticizing any vote except for, like, the genocide vote, like the extreme genocide vote or whatever, like vote to destroy the country.
Well, I think the Lake and those are 2 separate votes over 2 separate bills.
What I'm saying is
2 separate issues.
It seems like a rather minor distinction, this 2 weeks now versus voting in now. So, like, I mean, on what
I
basis?
was more talking about the Lake and Riley Act and the
sure.
CR.
But let me just crystallize this point. I don't even think that you would have, under your framework of analyzing these different votes, a strong basis to criticize the defectors in this vote, right? Because if it really, you have this bottom line of SNAP benefits, and you're going to end the shutdown in 2 weeks anyway by conceding, why not just concede now? They could have calculated that the pain was too much now. And if they're just going to concede in 2 weeks, why not do it now? So really, what basis do you have to criticize that decision? You might have a preference that it be in 2 weeks, but it's not going to result in a condemnation of the defectors. And certainly it's not going to be like if you were on the floor of the Senate, would you say, I despise what they did. They shouldn't have voted this way because they should have voted in 2 weeks, right? Like, there's something there's some kind of internal conflict on the notion of being all hot and bothered about the vote. Like, oh yeah, I definitely would have voted no, but I would have voted yes in 2 weeks. Like, then what is the basis for being upset at the defectors? 2 weeks here, 2 weeks there. What's the difference?
I mean, my criticism of I laid this on the beginning, but like my criticism of the vote was like the timing of the vote. Because I do feel like we could have given ourselves more space to like sit in like our victories from the election, and we had an additional few weeks. We could have continued this shutdown fight before like SNAP funds for SNAP like ran out. And then also like my other criticism of it was the way the members who voted to end the shutdown communicated to the press about it.
Yeah, which was
like
a disaster.
I don't think my like criticism was that they. I don't think my criticism of them is that they voted to end the shutdown. It's the when and how they communicated it.
Well, this kind of undergirds my entire outlook, which is you can't trust the leadership with being like straight up and honest with the base. And the reason they're doing all these like manicured tactical decisions is they're very cute, and they're trying to maneuver in such a way so they don't get any pushback.
Sorry, I'm interrupting you, but like, can I ask you a question? Like, we're both agreeing that like the people that they're trying to avoid pissing off when you have all those people saying that they would have voted no is the base. Are we so confident that like if this fight were to continue past when SNAP ran out, that like non-base voters would have started to blame? That non-base voters wouldn't have started to blame like Democrats for being.
What's the basis for thinking that, right? Like, this is the problem I have with so much Democratic thinking. They are so risk averse that they do, I think, tactically and strategically stupid things. So what is the basis to think that the Republicans, all of a sudden, when the country was overwhelmingly by like double digits, blaming Republicans after Republicans took control of Congress, took control of the presidency, that the people would just shift and start blaming Democrats? What's the basis?
Dude, I think the basis is that like getting to the point in a government shutdown that's been the longest ever, where like benefits like SNAP are running out, is like pretty unprecedented. Like,
Trump is in the Supreme Court.
And you can say that's
illegally withholding funds. In what way is he winning this optics war? The Democrats were winning on all cylinders. They had him by the balls. You know, the GOP was laughing. There were reports that the GOP insiders and the staffers, they were fucking laughing, calling Democrats cucks and bitches. They were all laughing because they knew that they were in a tough spot. Everyone fucking knew it. They just had historic losses. Trump's in the Supreme Court saying, even though Congress specifically allocated these contingency funds for SNAP, we're not going to pay them. And over here, we have Democrats saying, what if we lose the messaging war? Holy shit. If we're operating by fear on that level and we're so risk averse, we're just always going to do the manicure thing.
It's fair to say if we lose the messaging war, because you're making it sound like the messaging war is just them going out and like talking about the thing, but part of that message is the people being affected by those actions. Like, there's no messaging. There's no messaging you can say there's no messaging you can put out that convinces people like, oh, actually, me not being able to like afford food is like actually fine.
Did you hear me? Sorry, I just want to, because this is insane what just happened. Did you hear me to say that anyone would think me not having food is fine or people not having food is fine?
No.
Do you think that I would ever argue such a fucking stupid
Pisco,
point?
When you say like, oh, we're worried about losing the messaging war, you're making it sound like the messaging war is like only the words of it and not the actions and the effects of those actions. And maybe that's an unfair interpretation of like what you mean when you say losing the messaging war.
What do you think I mean? Wait, can I ask you, what do you think I meant on losing the messaging war?
What I thought you meant by when you said losing the messaging war is I thought you meant is that you were overly focused on the content of the comms being put out by members of the Democratic Party.
No. When I say losing the messaging war, it's which party do you blame for the thing? So I'm not calling into question and would never say that it's possible to convince any person that individuals not having access to food or easier access to food is a good thing. I would never argue that the Democrats could win on a messaging war where the message was, actually, you can go hungry and it's no big deal. That's what you suggested with what your statement was just then. That, like, you're not going to convince a hungry person that that's good that they're starving. That's not what I mean by messaging war. Obviously, what I mean by messaging war is, who are they blaming for this predicament? And the polling, I don't think there was a single poll that showed Democrats underwater. To the contrary, the average of polls had them like up double digits that they were blaming Republicans, because of course they're going to blame the party that has control of the political branches. And they have the power to end the shutdown by getting rid of the filibuster. All of that was within their power. And so the messaging war relates to the blame that's being put. And you're so fearful that the Democrats suddenly get blamed. Why? What is there to think that after weeks of consistent polling, Republican going down, Trump approval rating going down, consistently Republicans being blamed? What's the basis to believe that all of a sudden we are going to lose the messaging war, especially when insider Republicans are like, holy shit, this is such a fucking save, and we were so fucked, and look at them, they're bitches.
I think the worry is like twofold. Of going further than this point risks 41 million people like losing their SNAP benefits, and we don't know what that looks like. And I'm getting to it. And we don't know what that looks like in terms of how it affects people's views of the shutdown.
Right. That's my point, is that the only thing that you seem to care about is uncertainty and minimizing uncertainty. But
I guess my question for you is, it's true. Like, we were winning, the polling was indicating that like we were winning the shutdown fight. Isn't now your contention that like Republicans have somehow recovered from like the shutdown fight ending? Or like,
no? Do you hear me arguing that they've recovered from the shutdown fight?
Okay, so I guess like my question is, you seem to be treating this as like this major loss by the Democrats.
Yeah, you ever heard of opportunity cost?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about.
But I don't. But like, you're making the argument that like the opportunity cost for Dems to continue the shutdown fight would be that people will continue to blame the Republicans for the shutdown fight, regardless of people losing like the SNAP benefits. And like, I think like me included, like a lot of people are saying like this is an unprecedented thing we're heading towards. I don't know if the opportunity cost of cutting 41 million people off from SNAP outweighs how people view the shutdown fight, for the twin reasons of we've never been in this position before, and also 41 million people losing SNAP benefits is horrible.
Okay, so you also agree it's unprecedented to cave in similar circumstances, right?
Sure.
So but why aren't you uncertain? Why aren't you uncertain as opposed to like, what gives you a thought that like the one path maximizes certainty and the other one doesn't? Like, I just don't understand.
Because we've never gotten this far before?
Yeah, but we've never gotten that far and caved either.
Okay, but like we've never gotten that far and like, won on it either.
Okay, so then it seems like there's symmetry on the uncertainty.
I think the thing,
it's not a basis to distinguish it. It doesn't seem like a basis to distinguish it.
I think the opportunity cost, like part of the opportunity cost is the 41 million people losing SNAP. Like,
what's the opportunity cost? That is a cost. The opportunity cost is
and so I mean, I think that's one of the costs, and like, the opportunity is like, is that it like it continues to help Dems sink Republicans' approval polls, but at the cost of 41 million people losing SNAP. Like, that's a hell of a cost, man.
I'm not denying that it, like, see, this is why I get frustrated, because
I know you're not denying it, but
does seem like bad faith, right? So like, it does. This is why I think it feels like bad faith. And you tell me why you don't agree. So you keep coming back to this point of it's a big cost. I've granted it's a big cost. Before you were like, so how long after I'd already answered indefinite, but you come back to it anyway. And so my question again to you is, why did you just bring up again that it's a big cost?
Because it is, and I don't think
I know it is. I granted it.
Let me finish. And I don't think you're sitting there being like I don't think you're like Marie Antoinetting, like let them eat cake with this. Like I think you acknowledge that like them losing those benefits would be awful.
Yeah.
But like I am gonna say, man, like kind of how you said with the Lincoln Riley Act, you went to me and you said you don't think it's that bad. I clearly think that the cost of the 41 million people losing those SNAP benefits is a heavier cost for the opportunity of continuing to sink Republicans' approval polls than you do.
If that's the case, they should have never taken this long-term fight at all. Why have a fight on something you're destined to lose? Also, I'm going to address this comment.
Do you think the fight was ineffective? It seems pretty effective.
Yeah. Like, so I think that the fighting on healthcare is effective and fine and whatever, but a long-term shutdown, like it would have been effective after 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks. But what you're saying is you wanted 2 weeks more, and that's going to entail suffering and costs. And the only thing you can say is, well, I wouldn't have gone indefinite. Come on, I would have gone indefinite.
Well,
and
yeah,
but aren't you discounting the basically what I'm suggesting is something that you have to price in when these fights a bottom line. Otherwise, it's toothless. And why even bother? Why not just vote every single Republican bill? Because they can always hold, right? They're in control. They can always hold something hostage. And what you're suggesting is, because we have this SNAP thing, that you're basically liable to do everything the Republicans tell you, so long as it's not something so severe like cutting Medicare or Medicaid, and you're going to vote for the Republicans. That's the precedent that you set. And even though you're winning the messaging war, because even though they bear political responsibility for everything they're doing, they're in charge of the country. The country elected them to be stewards of the government. You're going to bail them out in that respect. I think that's absolutely absurd. And if that's the position, then we should never have had this fight on that issue. And it should not have been premised as a long-term fight. You know, like do it for 2-3 weeks or whatever. But longest shutdown in history, just to bend and have that narrative.
Would you have wanted the Dems to come out and say, we are willing to do this fight up until SNAP benefits run out?
Fuck no. Why would you? Have you guys ever negotiated?
Okay, no, but that's the point I'm saying. It's like you're saying, you're saying you're saying they're doing this fight on the premise.
You can't say a negotiating. You can't say unless you're serious about a bottom line. You can't say it. You can't go out there and say, all right, we'll give on this end. If you do, like we've seen, you've given away all of your power in negotiating and leverage. If you give a bottom line and you don't stick it, none of you guys are pricing in the cost of that. And guess what? There's another shutdown fight coming in the new year. How do you think Democrats are going to do on that? And we're going to continue to fund this criminal government for and vote for it. Vote for this criminal government that's doing horrific shit. Fuck no. Let them vote for their own shit. If the country goes to shit on their watch, so be it. If you could show me some mass death event, fine, I'll vote for the thing. But it's their country that they won election on to lead. If the country goes to shit under their watch, so be it. Democrats do not owe their vote and should not vote for this government absent concessions and real concessions. That should be the position. That should have been the position in fucking March. But instead, we wage a war that on net, yeah, it's effective to bring up healthcare and to show how fucking shitty the administration is. You didn't need to do it with a long-term shutdown fight like that. If that was your goal, you could have done that in a shutdown in 2 weeks.
I think you needed to do it with the long-term shutdown fight. I don't think that issue would have been as salient without the shutdown fight. Like,
have the shutdown fight for 2 weeks. Why have the shutdown fight for this long? And you wanted it to go for 2 weeks longer. And I'll let you respond, but I'll let you respond. Wait. There's a chat. I wanted to react. I want your reaction to it. It says, if the ACA subs get extended, the Dems get credit for SNAP and everything. And Pisco and chat will still complain. I just want to put how insane this comment is, right? So this comment that we just got from.
Okay.
Sorry to put you on the spot.
Sorry, I'm not watching
KC.
this. I'm not
Oh,
watching
no
this
worries,
stream
no
right
worries, no
now.
worries.
What is
It's
it?
all good. And listen, guys, I get I get passionate because I really fucking believe it. So this comment from KC64CL, love you, dude. Hey, viewer, keep watching, like the stream, is so fucking deranged. Because look at it, right? Suppose that there's a bargain, because there's whispers right now about Trump being open to negotiation with Democrats on extension of ACA subsidies, right? There are whispers of that. And the whole premise of stopping the fight right now is that they would never, ever bend on ACA subsidies. And all of a sudden, if there is a deal on those subsidies, and it's proven demonstrably that Republicans are willing to bend and actually get a real deal for ACA subsidies, the whole premise of justifying the dissenting votes has been shattered because the Republicans in this hypothetical scenario, which has not happened, have shown that they are willing to bend on it. If that occurs, Casey says, and Pisco will still complain. No fucking shit. The entire rationale of the defectors is the Republicans won't bend on the ACA subsidies. That's their whole rationale. And so if all of a sudden they bend on ACA subsidies, why the fuck would that undermine my position? If anything, it shows, hey, the Democrats would be able to get concessions because they are willing to fight and negotiate on ACA subs. But somehow Casey has made it so it's unwinnable. If the Republicans never bend on ACA subsidies, Chuck Schumer and the defectors absolutely correct because they would never have bended. If they do bend, Pisco, wow, look at you. Schumer's not brilliant. It's unwinnable.
Okay. I guess get fucked, Casey. Probably stupid. Probably
Timothy
lives in a
says
mom's
they wouldn't
basement.
bend
I
and
don't know.
include it in the CR, Pisco. That's the difference.
Casey, I'm sure you're very nice.
You're smarter than that. So your position is they would never have bent to any demand by Democrats in a shutdown ever. Well, they certainly won't now. They They will never, ever bend in a funding fight now. So that's
well, I mean, hold up.
If that's your position, what do you mean? Hold on.
I don't know. That this funding fight probably contributed to them getting absolutely smacked in elections this year. I don't know if like the Republicans can, and like the people working for them on background to the press can go and say like, wow, I can't believe the Democrats did that. But like, I don't know if I was them, I don't know if I'm like, just like, cool, and we can do this again and it will be fine. Like for next year when we have the midterms, I don't know if that's true, where they're just like, yeah, we can weather this. I think like if this was to happen again, and it probably will happen again, like it will still go really badly.
Wait,
for them.
I actually don't know what you think is going to happen when there's a new CR that needs to be passed. You're just going to say support the clean CR, right away?
Support the new CR?
So in the next shutdown fight, you're going to say support the clean CR.
Probably. Well, I'd have to see what's in it, but you know, it's
Keep
going to be
funding the
like
government,
a
no
Republican one,
concessions.
so probably not.
So the entire strategy, this is according to you, was to cause pain to the whole country to benefit Democrats electorally, right?
I think it was.
Is that the strategy? Yes or no? And when the shutdown fight happened over the fall, what you are saying,
Well,
right? Wait, you are saying that the whole purpose of that shutdown fight was to benefit Democrats electorally, right?
I mean, that was one of it, yeah. But I laid out two.
What's the other
when
benefit?
we first started talking? What I laid out was like I think there were two objectives. I think one of those objectives, yeah, very clearly was to benefit the Democrats electorally. But I think there was like a second objective of we are going to fight to get the ACA subsidies restored, even with the knowledge that is an incredible uphill fight.
Okay.
Like unless you genuinely believe that Democrats had no interest in actually winning that fight.
I think some had an interest in winning the fight. Some did not, and some did not because they never voted. They always voted in favor of the quote unquote clean CR. And just to be clear, Timothy Douglas says it might not be a clean CR next time. So imagine this, right? Imagine the following. Imagine it's not a clean CR. And imagine that like Republicans remove, I don't know, a bunch of funding from student loans. They fuck around with a shit ton of workers, or they fuck around with Social Security employees. They do some fucking fucked shit, right? Because the CR in March was not clean, right? The CR in March was not clean, and they passed it anyway, right? They passed the clean CR with 0 concessions. If it's not a clean CR, and if they start fucking around with shit, do you think Democrats should vote for it? Not
If it's
something.
not-
It's not Medicaid
it's
taken
not-
away, but it's not a clean CR, and they're just like gutting some agency. They gut the DOE even more. They raid from funds dedicated to environmental stuff to give it over to ICE. They do some fucking fucked shit like that. Would you vote for it? Or a bill, for example, that gives senators the right to sue the government based on the Jack Smith indictments, which is what they actually passed, by the way. It has some other kind of like fucked up provision like that, where, some subsection either gutting some agency, not to the degree of cutting all Medicaid funds, but some offensive provision in there that additionally, I don't know, makes it official Donald Trump Day, National Donald Trump Day. Input your not catastrophic provision in there, but just a dirty CR. Should we vote for that?
I mean, I would want Democrats to not vote for it. I want them to fight to get the things that
until SNAP
I think
benefits
are good
come in,
for the
right?
country.
Until SNAP benefits come in. But when SNAP benefits come in and they start to be under question,
Well,
you would
hold on. What is the thing-
wait. Just answer it. When SNAP benefits start to lapse, the funding for the SNAP benefits start to lapse, you would cave on the dirty CR, wouldn't you?
Not necessarily. It depends on like what's being put in the
What
dirty
do you
CR.
mean? Wait, 41
Hold
million
up,
people
hold up.
going to lose their
Pisco,
SNAP
you have to
benefits?
let me finish.
Okay.
Pisco,
Yeah,
you
go.
have
I'm
to
sorry.
let me finish my point. Like I said earlier, like it is a numbers game. Like if what's put in the dirty CR results in more
Yes.
harm to it results in harm to more people than like 41 million people losing SNAP, then like I might say like, hey, it's worth running out of the SNAP funding, because like if we allow this thing to pass, it harms significantly more people.
So this is the problem. I think the problem is we're thinking too short term. The Democrats are thinking way too fucking short term. And what happens is now Democrats are just going to cave on dirty CRs like they did in March, by the way, like they did in March. So
Okay,
the Republicans,
I think you and I are going to have fundamental disagreements about like was Schumer right to have that fight to not have that fight in March? Because I do think Schumer was right to not have that fight in March.
Okay. I don't know why you're not bound to vote for anything that the Republicans give in terms of the CR, absent a some kind of like truly diabolical provision that guts all of a given program. So, I mean, they can put in whatever they want there. You're going to vote for it because, fuck, it's going to affect people. Yet you are willing, in retrospect, to condone what the Democrats did in this shutdown fight, even though the only advantage was political. And so you were willing to put the country through tons of costs. So you're no better than me in that respect for mere political advantage. That's what I mean when it's disingenuous to be like, well, Pisco, you're coming from this, vaunted position from your ivory tower, and you want the whole country to suffer just for the Democrats. That was your calculation too, because in retrospect, you recognize the only benefit that Democrats accrued, if any benefit they got at all, was from a political perspective. And so you were willing to put the country through a bunch of pain and suffering so that Democrats would be better off, relatively speaking. And if there's a shutdown fight in the near future, what's the point now in fighting, right? Healthcare has been raised as an issue. So now Democrats are just going to cave on whatever shit is put in front of them, dirty or not.
Well, it depends on what's put in front of them. If there's something within the dirty CR that they feel like they can fight on.
Here's the precedent that should be established and maintained for the long-term interest of the Democratic Party as a viable political force and for our standing in the eyes of the country. If you want Democratic votes on jack shit for your bills, you need to negotiate with Democrats. That's the standard. If you want us to bail you out on your shittery, They're running the country like a bunch of corrupt plutocrats. And we lost the election. The Democrats lost the election. If they want to run the country in the ground, that's what we warned about. That's what we warned about. But that's their cross to bear. They're in charge. I am so fucking tired of us having to cater to Republican intransigence with weakness, and the weakness establishes a long-term harm that is not being internalized by the cucks. And that long-term harm is you can push Democrats around and they will budge. That's the precedent that's been set. That's specifically what McConnell didn't do. You acknowledge that McConnell was an effective, on your lights, an effective leader. McConnell didn't do that. And you recognize his effectiveness in light of that. He was able to extract concessions and inflict pain. You saw that as an effective Republican leader. Meanwhile, we will bend on anything. That's the problem. That's the double standard. And ultimately, it's going to fuck us over, because until we're willing to be ruthless, obviously, if it causes death, mass death, everyone has a limit in terms of their pain. But when we're not at that fucking threshold, you need to be ruthless, because that's how you maximize long-term interests of the country. But if you're just worried about the vote tomorrow, if you're not thinking in the bigger picture, you're going to cuck yourself, and you're going to force yourself to be the Republicans' beta bitch whenever these CR fights happen, because they know you're going to bend, because they're arsonists, and we have to just minimize the bleeding the whole time instead of letting them deal with the consequences of their actions. And unfortunately, yeah, like the Democrats are happy to get a bill that's an equitable agreement that's done in fairness, but they won't even bend on anything. They won't negotiate on anything. And that needs to be punished. There needs to be specific deterrence on Republicans in power, that if you continue to behave this way, you will not be rewarded. The country will go to shit and you will be held responsible. But Democrats are never willing to do that. And that to me is so weak. It's so weak and short-sighted.
Okay. I think with the Mitch McConnell thing, two things. One, like Mitch McConnell could afford to hold his caucus to be as intransigent as it was, because like there was a backlash to Democrats in post 2008. Like the country was voting more and more Republican. Voters were more aligned with Mitch McConnell's willingness to push his caucus to be more intransigent. Thus, he could do that. That doesn't preclude him from being a strong and good leader in the Senate, because a good leader also like recognizes like the opportunity you have. But like that was like the reality on the ground then that allowed him to do that. And then two, like I don't think Mitch McConnell didn't have to preside over a shutdown that went as long as this. Like he wasn't able to hold his caucus to just fight forever on these.
They came to deals with Obama. They came to deals. They seriously came to deals. And
yeah, but also Obama had to make those deals with him, because post 2010
and Obama and Biden did the same thing. Biden did the same thing with Mike Johnson, and did the same thing with the senators in the Republican Party in the Senate. Biden negotiated too. It's only now, when Trump was in office in the first term, and now when Trump is in office in the second term, that Democrats are asked to do something that has not been done and isn't normal, which is just bend. Like when the shutdown fights happened on the Biden administration, we never actually got to a shutdown, but that was because McCarthy or Johnson was like reneging on some deal that they arranged months earlier. That's why those fights happened at all. And even then, sometimes Biden caved, right, famously on the Ukraine funding with McCarthy, right? Like,
yeah. Sorry, I'm not trying to be like rude and Trump. There was the shutdown in 2020 when Trump was still president. I'm asking this genuinely because I don't remember.
No, in 2018 or 19. I think it was 2018 or
no,
17.
I thought it was 2020. There was the shutdown fight in 2020.
The long one was over the border wall in 2017-18.
Okay, but I think there was one in 2020. I'll look this up. I genuinely don't. Yeah, don't recall Democrats like bending over that one. If I recall, Trump had to like actually fold during that one.
Right. Yes, the Democrats held a line that if you want our votes for
What happened to that?
because Trump, the Democrats were willing to negotiate on the border wall. They absolutely were willing to negotiate on the border wall, and Trump. There was even talk of a grand bargain for the Dreamers. This is after this fight, Trump, because he was a fucking baby, rescinded DACA. That's how I remember it. Because like after this specific fight, he rescinded DACA, even though he was willing to deal because he agreed the Dreamers should be protected in legislation. And so there was signals and reporting that Trump was coming to come to a deal with Democrats, and the base hated that they were going to protect the Dreamers, and so he came out and gave some fucking insane demand, and the Democrats were willing to work, and then Trump says, "I'll take ownership for the shutdown." It was his fucking fault. The American people saw it, so that's why he bent. However, we have the opposite situation here. The situation here is everyone blames the Republicans. That's what the polls say. Okay. It's the Republicans' response and the Democrats cave. You understand that's a disanalogy. That's a situation in which Trump was to blame and he caved, and now Trump is to blame and we cave.
Okay, so I think two things. One, well, no, it's not two things. It's one thing, but I do want to like say it was the 2018-2019 shutdown. You remember that correctly. I didn't. The difference between like 2018 and 2019 and like and the shutdown fight this time, in 2018 2019, like Trump had there was more pressure on Trump to own it and to cave on it because Republicans had lost 2 election years in a row in 2017 and 2018. Like in 2020, the first
you're not
CR
seriously saying
March.
this, right?
I'm not done. The first CR fight in March would have come still pretty soon after Republican wins, in which Democrats' approval was not good and Trump and Republicans' approval was still pretty strong. And then when Trump's
you realize you're arguing against yourself, right? Do you realize you're arguing against yourself?
I think I'm arguing. Really, like I think the context is different.
Right. So
because the context of the 2018-2019 was that those losses had already happened for Republicans. In this one, like losses hadn't happened yet before we started those fights.
So the same is true of that shutdown. Wait, hang on. So let me do the shutdown fight in 2018.
Trump was elected in 2018-2019. Trump was elected in 2016, which meant there was 2 years in between the end of that the end of the shutdown fight.
So you're what I gather from your position is what you're saying is, well, the midterm election. So the audience knows the shutdown fight of 2018-19 started December 22nd, 2018 until January 25th, 2019. So this is what I understand your point to be. You tell me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
The 2018 shutdown fight started after the election. And given that it happened after the election and not during the election, it's different. But I'm like, wait, what the fuck? The election, if anything, you said was a referendum. Well, I don't know that it was totally a referendum, but at least it's being interpreted by you to be a referendum on the shutdown itself. So now we have an intervening election while the shutdown is happening. And you're saying, well, the shutdown fight that happened after the elections, in which the voters weren't able to weigh in on the nature of the shutdown and whether or not they blamed one party versus the other, you would say that one had more pressure on the Democrats or more certainty that Trump was in a weaker position. I don't understand how Democrats could be in a weaker or a stronger position than what just occurred, in that they overwhelmingly overperformed every single election and then they cave. How is it stronger for the Democrats when the shutdown occurred after the election's already over?
So I think my point that I was making is that like the context of this were different. Like the 2018-2019 shutdown happened after 2 years of Republicans losing elections in a row. Whereas the shutdown fights, the shutdown fight in 2018, 2019, started 2 years after Republicans had lost 2 years of elections in a row. Whereas this shutdown, both these shutdown fights started really before Republicans. There were some special elections, but really before like Republicans had lost anything. Basically, what I'm saying is the contexts are different. There was significantly more uncertainty with the shutdown fight than there was in like the 2019 shutdown fight, where you can see the results of voters starting to repudiate the Republican Party.
Right now we can see voters during the shutdown, notwithstanding the shutdown, repudiate the Republican Party.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's a very strong signal, and everyone interpreted it this way. That a very strong signal that people were blaming the Republicans. What better possible ratification of the Democrats' position could you have than an election that occurs in the midst of a massive shutdown, including in a state where it couldn't be selected more perfectly to be disproportionately affected by the shutdown. And in that very state, Democrats overperform by historic margins and get like essentially a supermajority in the House of Delegates.
Yeah, I mean, like,
look at this fucking idiot, Timothy Douglas. Excellent point by Caldwell. As context matters, shutting down the government right after the Trump election is a ludicrous position from Pisco. You fucking idiot. His whole position is that they had 2 years since the election of Trump, and that's why the shutdown is justified. Unless you're saying right now it's right after the Trump election. Is that what you're saying, Timothy? Is that what you're suggesting? That it's different because now the shutdown fight is so close to after Trump takes power? All you're trying to do is like, one was on Tuesday, the other was on Wednesday. None of these.
Sorry, you're not making
both of you. All you're saying is it's different, bro. You're not explaining why we should be convinced that.
I think Democrats had significantly more reason in 2018 and 2019 to be bullish about standing firm on their shutdown fight than they did in 2020.
Why?
Because they had a series of 2 years in a row of winning elections, whereas in this shutdown fight, they started both of these fights before there were the main elections, and then after the election happened, Republicans were repudiated. Then Democrats were faced with the prospect of, hey, like, how long are we willing to have this thing continue? How much are we willing to put Americans in pain to continue this thing?
And they didn't budge.
I'm sorry, what?
And the Democrats didn't budge.
And the Democrats didn't budge? You're talking about 2019.
Yeah, they did not budge.
Sorry, when I was talking about this shutdown, I was talking about because once again, like in 2018, 2019, like there was significantly more evidence put forward towards the Republicans that like they were the ones that had to budge. They had just lost 2 election years in a row.
I mean, yes, I grant that there was an additional year of losses for the Republicans.
One of those being
I don't know. So that's the dispositive case. So nothing now about the potential harm to people. So now it's just one additional year. And so I'm going to ask you the question: if there was an additional year of election losses, would you have supported an indefinite position for the Democrats? Yes or no on this issue?
Sorry, additional year of election losses for the Republicans.
Sorry. Yes. So my question for you is the following: if there were an additional year of Republican losses in elections, and the same situation with the shutdown fight now, would you support indefinitely standing firm by the Democrats, notwithstanding the effects on SNAP, etc.?
I don't know. I think that's a tough question. Based upon like my threshold of like what am I
yeah, so why bullshit with me with this extra year thing? It's not changing anything, right? Like I think the extra year thing is bullshit.
It's flawed. I'm sorry. Well, sorry, you just asked me something.
Yeah, no, the extra year condition is bullshit. Like you're
I think your question is flawed. Like, because I think the conditions would be different than for both the Republicans and the Democrats, but they had that extra year of election losses, right? Like that would be 2 years in a row of like, that would be like Republicans losing this year, and then also then like next year's
right,
midterms.
but it doesn't change your outcome. It doesn't change what you do.
Well, I think it would change like the calculation of the other side then.
The only way in which it affects your thinking that it could is the political calculus. But you seem to suggest earlier that the political calculus could not outweigh the harm done to the SNAP recipients. And so I'm curious as to why you even think it's conceivable that having more fortuitous. Wait, let me just finish the sentence. Let me just finish the sentence. It seems weird that before you seem to think that improving democratic conditions when it came to the political circumstance, that couldn't overcome the harm done to SNAP recipients. It would seem weird that additional fortuitous circumstances, as you perceive them, of the Democratic Party would now override your concern for the SNAP recipients. It seems weird that it would be the case, and I don't understand. Like, it seems like politics can be enough to overcome the harm to the SNAP recipients, at least in some cases. Even when it comes to like the border wall, and with the border wall, all we're talking about is like what? Much less funds than we gave in the big beautiful bill. Ultimately they ended up giving $1.3 billion, and Trump was only asking for like 10 or something. So I'm just like, I'm not sure why it's. Oh, sorry, Trump was only demanding $5.7 billion in funding for the border wall. That's all he was demanding back in the day. Look at how our standards have fallen, and Democrats were unwilling to give that over. And part of the rationale you give is, well, what justifies them standing tall in this context is, well, they had 2 years of election losses, so for Republicans, and so therefore the conditions for Democrats are just more fortuitous, and it's just better political conditions.
Hold on, I need to ask, like, do you not think that like that changes the calculus that like the Republicans holding office have? Like,
you're saying it does change it.
Okay.
Well, no, you're saying, don't you think it's different? That's what you're asking. Isn't it different than the conditions? Yes, it is different.
Okay.
But difference doesn't mean it's a distinction without a difference, in that if it's not actually affecting how you weigh these things, like why would it? Why would a greater political situation for Democrats justify standing tall if SNAP recipients are ultimately the sufferers here? You're basically saying, yeah, go for it.
First of all, I think I've been pretty consistent on this, that I do have a threshold for like how long I'm willing to fight on something relative to like the cost it has on like people. Like that threshold like didn't go away, even if I think all we got out of it was like massive political benefits. Generally speaking, overwhelmingly speaking, I think democratic policies, in particularly if you're weighing Democrats against like Trump and the current Republican Party, are significantly better for the country. But but I do have like a threshold for like how much I'm willing to.
Well, let's be honest. If the Democrats
can threshold for how long I'm willing to like put people through like certain types of pain, and like 41 million people losing SNAP benefits is like an incredible amount of pain I'm foisting on like a lot of people, like more people than we've done like previously. In relation to these fights.
So you would have said that. So you would have said, therefore, that the Democrats should have budged when SNAP was at risk in the shutdown fight in 2019. You should have just given Trump what he wanted.
But yeah,
answer the question first, and you can explain. No, I'm asking if.
If I probably would have.
Caved.
I probably would have caved. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like I said, man, I shop. Not to make this like a personal anecdote, I shop at a grocery store in which like a lot of people use SNAP benefits. I don't know like how comfortable I would be facing them.
Yeah, I think that this shows that there's a certain, like, the 2 week thing seems totally fucking that you would be against this
the 2 week thing isn't arbitrary, because after 2 weeks is when you run out of funds to the emergency funds for SNAP.
I don't know how to break it to you. They were already not paying out those benefits.
Okay, but
you realize
officially.
That?
No, but that was an illegal action he had to go through to the court, right?
So I know, but if you're worried about those people, yeah, I agree. It was an illegal thing.
I can't account. Okay, but like in this case, I can't account for an illegal action in which they actively break the law. Like in the CR fight, right? Like I can't like. Like I can't be like I can't do that.
If that's the case, dude, then the entire funding of the government is funding illegal shit. And like, why should we be a party to all the illegal shit the administration is doing? I mean, if illegality is confounding circumstance that would underline this calculus that you're making for people, such that you wouldn't do the thing that would immediately alleviate these people in the short term for the benefit of the country overall, then presumably, the whole funding of the government is likewise a given Trump's illegality and his corrupt actions and all the fucking shit that he is siphoning from the American people. That should also be a confounding factor, such that, and especially because they're responsible, they're in control, and you keep putting the benefit, the responsibility on the Democrats. But the broader point is this: you're signaling that in the senator's position, you're going to cave as soon as it gets a little painful, and so no one's going to take you seriously on these negotiations.
A little painful.
Yeah, a little painful.
Really fucking painful.
Okay, in the grand scheme of these shutdown negotiations, I grant you that loss of SNAP funding is painful, no doubt. But I think that you're willing to cave even on a little pain.
I mean, I wasn't willing to cave when they furloughed the government workers. Like, I guess it's all relative to like what you consider a little and a lot. I consider the 41 million.
But you agree with the position of Schumer in March, don't you?
On Schumer in March, yeah. I don't think it would have been. I don't think strategically it would have been a fight. A fight that would have been if you
the
had
perfect predictor for you is whatever the Democrats end up doing, you support, even when Schumer's against it, ostensibly. So, because I think in the bottom of your heart, you know that Schumer is okay with this. That's why you treat it, even though Schumer's official position is against it. I think in the bottom of your heart, you're treating it as.
Do I think that Schumer's okay with this? Yeah, probably.
Yeah. So he's lying.
Okay.
Yeah, so fuck that guy. Fuck that guy. Fuck this shit. If he's lying because he knows he's out of sync with his voters. And the voters want them to fight. They want them to fight. And the people to blame for the lack of SNAP funding, that, though painful, will not cause mass starvation death in this country.
How many Dems do you think are lying about not wanting this to pass?
I think at least 4. I don't believe for one second that if the Dems kept the shutdown going, people like Hutch Andrew 785 would be calling for them to end it so people don't starve. This is all post. I totally agree. So I mean, I was about to say that as well. Like, if they had continued this for another 2 weeks, is there any chance you'd be saying, "Oh, this is over. Why are you guys doing this?"
Sorry, you're asking me if this if this was in 2 weeks.
You'd be like, okay. No, because if it were the case, you'd be in favor of ending it now because the benefits stop being paid now, notwithstanding the fact that it's illegal. If the proximate concern is the SNAP benefits, you'd be in favor of the vote now because they were already not funding it.
No, I think I laid out like why I would have been pretty fine with them extending the fight by like 2 weeks.
Okay.
And I think like obviously one of them, like we discussed twice.
So
like,
fuck SNAP funding for 2 weeks, right? So fuck them SNAP beneficiaries for 2 weeks.
No, after 2 weeks is when the SNAP benefits of funding officially runs out, right? That's when the emergency funds run out. They some of them. You're right.
Paying
Like,
out emergency funds. They were holding them. They were suing,
which was illegal. But once again, I can't do anything about like illegal action. And my understanding right now is that like SNAP benefits are not being. Some SNAP benefits are being withheld, but not all SNAP benefits are being withheld right now.
Okay. I think this is a losing strat. I think it's horrible for the long term. And I do think it's post hoc. I think it's all based on your perception of what the Democratic leadership wanted. And despite their protestations to the contrary, I think that you've calculated that Schumer was okay with this and he signed off on it. And that, I think, is everyone's determination. And he knew, and that it's unpopular in the base and everyone's mad. And that's why the leading Democratic candidates are against it. Newsom, who everyone seems to think is based, Pritzker, etc. And they
But
know
I think right now those
it's weak
Democratic
shit.
candidates. But right now I think those Democratic candidates only have to be the presidential hopefuls is what we're talking about. Right now those candidates, if we're talking in terms of like their presidential aspirations, they only have to be accountable for the base.
So you think they're insincere? Wait. Newsom as sitting governor doesn't need to be accountable to his constituents? Pritzker as sitting governor of Illinois doesn't need to be held accountable by his constituents?
No, they're accountable for the constituents, but also Pritzker and Newsom don't have a say over this vote, right? They're not voting in the Senate.
Damn, dude. So Schumer knows better than Newsom, or do you think Newsom is lying too?
Do I think Schumer knows better than Newsom in like this situation?
Yeah.
Fucking, I don't know. Maybe Newsom's not in the fucking Senate. I don't know. I don't necessarily know
why you guys like. So Schumer is the anointed one who has this like perfect vision and is batting 100, and he's the hero we need right now. Why is he the soothsayer? Why do we believe he's this level of intelligent and smart?
I mean, I guess I can have an argument for this, but like, dude, I don't think Schumer's above criticism. Like, I'm like, if Schumer ends up like not being the fucking Dem Senate minority, doesn't end up being the minority leader in the up next years, or like loses his primaries, like, fuck it, I don't fucking care. Like, sucks. I don't think like criticisms of Schumer are unwarranted. I think some of the criticisms, like I hear of Schumer and that you've leveraged of Schumer, like are kind of off base. That's it. Like, I don't think like it's unfair to criticize these people. I just think the specific things you're criticizing on, like, I don't agree with.
Okay, yeah, I'm criticizing Schumer for not genuinely being in favor of his official position. I am doing that. And you're praising Schumer for something that isn't his actual official position. Because you think he's lying. And you think it's good that he's lying.
Well, we're presuming.
You do think I asked you. You do think he's lying, right?
I mean, if I had to guess, I'd say Schumer's, was pretty fine with the shutdown fight ending. But like, he could have been pretty fine with the shutdown fight ending because he's like, we got what we wanted out of this. We're not going to be able to get the concessions for the ACA subsidies. I have a bunch of members within my caucus who are unwilling to put voters through this amount of pain. A bunch of those members already were people who voted to not even start the shutdown fight to begin with. So they've probably reached a threshold in which they are willing to continue this fight. So like, I don't know if there is enough.
Hate Schumer.
I'm sorry, what?
That's why people hate Schumer.
Because he's doing politics.
Because he's not in touch. He feels he needs to do these kinds of games. It's the same rationale you gave for the Lake and Riley Act passage. Do you think it would have been, so we are presuming, you and I, that Schumer but was fine with this shutdown fight ending. Yeah. He was cool with it.
Do you think it would have any differing effect on either the Dems or Schumer specifically, on people's opinions on Schumer, if he genuinely was against the ending of the shutdown fight?
Yeah, I think it would.
I don't think it would.
Well, I would still criticize him because I think that he should be able to keep his, on this kind of vote, on like a budget vote, he should be able to keep his fucking caucus. At least he shouldn't be able to lose to these cloture votes. Like, this doesn't happen with Republicans in control of the Senate. When do they do this? McCarthy when he
didn't they cave during this? Didn't they cave during the Ted Cruz shutdown?
Which one?
When's the Ted Cruz shutdown?
I don't know which one you're talking about. When does
I think it
Republican
was like, I
leadership?
think it was 2014. It was either 2014 or 2013, 2014.
Okay, well, I am not aware of Republican leadership like this, just not having control in a context in which they're just wholesale accepting a Republican bill.
Yeah, hold up. No, the 2013 government shutdown. Ted Cruz was the leading proponent of it. He was the aim was to defund the Affordable Care Act.
Hey, dipshits! I'm talking about a funding bill, a government shutdown funding bill. When have the Republicans just wholesale signed on to a Democratic funding bill without negotiation? Motherfuckers. Well, I'm not talking about any piece of legislation.
Okay. But this was hold up. No. This was Ted Cruz leading a shutdown of the government in 2013.
Someone in the chat brought up McCain on the Affordable Care Act. Yes, you can identify votes in which Republicans, and that's not the only one, have voted against. What I'm talking about is a situation in which the Republicans in a budget negotiation that have just like wholesale adopted the Democratic budget without any negotiation. And the Republicans have not been able to control a dispositive amount of senators or representatives on that. Never.
Well, I mean, 2013.
Wait, so in 2013, okay. So the 2013 Ted Cruz shutdown, let's see.
Sorry, did you add in the requirement that, well, no, never mind. I was about to say, did you add in the requirements that like the Republicans like had the majority at that time? No, that wouldn't even make sense because like the situation we're in is the Republicans are the party in power and they hold the majority in the Senate and the presidency. That would 2013 would have been Democrats holding the majority in the Senate and also the presidency. So that's a similar situation.
Biden negotiated the CRs. He came to agreements with Republicans. Which of the CRs did Biden not negotiate? That he just unilaterally imposed on Republicans without any input? All right, I'm reading from the Wikipedia. A funding gap was created. This is in 2013 when two chambers of Congress failed to agree to an appropriations CR. So this is, just so you know, in the context of the 2013 shutdown, Republicans control the House of Representatives.
Okay.
The Republican-led House of Representatives, encouraged by Ted Cruz and a handful of other Republican senators, and conservative groups such as Heritage Action, offered several continuing resolutions with language delaying or defunding the Affordable Care Act, commonly known as Obamacare. The Democratic-led Senate passed several amending CRs for maintaining funding at then current sequestration level with no additional conditions. Political fights over this and other issues between the House on one side and President Barack Obama and the Senate on the other led to budget impasse with threatened massive disruption. The deadlock centered on this year continuing appropriation resolution, which was passed by the House of Representatives on September 20th, 2013. The Senate stripped the bills of the measures related to the Affordable Care Act and passed it in revised form on September 27, 2013. The House reinstated the Senate removed measures and passed it again in the early mornings of September 29th. The Senate declined to pass the bill with measures to delay the Affordable Care Act. The two legislative houses did not develop a compromise bill by the end of September 30th, causing the federal government to shut down due to lack of appropriated funds at the start of the new 2014 federal fiscal year. Also on October 1st, many aspects of the Affordable Care Act implementation took effect. The health insurance exchanges created by the Affordable Care Act launched on October 1st. Much of the Affordable Care Act is funded by previously authorized mandatory spending rather than discretionary spending, and the presence or lack of a CR did not affect it. Some of the lost funds also come from multiple year and no year discretionary funds that are not affected by the lack of a CR. Late in the evening, Congress passed the Continuing Appropriations Act, and Obama signed it into law after October 17th, ending the government shutdown and suspending the debt limit. So this Continuing Appropriations Act, you're suggesting that there was no negotiation with the Republicans, right?
Well, there was no compromise. There was no concession given up to pass the continuing resolution.
All right, let me see it. Wait, there was a deal.
What was the concession the Democrats gave up to end the shutdown fight?
I'll let you know.
Okay.
Congress moves Wednesday to end the government shutdown.
Because I remember the
Senate voted 81-18 to send the measure to the House, which is expected to approve it later tonight. Obama said he will sign the bill. Only 18 no votes from Republicans, so there's a supermajority, as it included a trio of senators seen as possible 2016 presidential candidates. Nervous markets rallied. Turn.
So my understanding of that one was that like Republicans got nothing from that.
Wait. They changed Obamacare. They set up the process to verify the income claims of people applying for federal health insurance subsidies. Democrats viewed the concession, which directs the Secretary of Health and Human Services to verify applicants are eligible for premium tax credits prior to making them available. Some Republicans this week have acknowledged the decision was a political disaster for their party. Polls show the GOP bore the brunt of the blame from the voters, with Gallup registering a 28% approval rating from the Republicans, the lowest rating it had ever recorded for a political party. Lindsey Graham said, we left a lot on the table because we couldn't get our act together, but this is the best Mitch could do. We need to stop the bleeding, lessen the damage to the party. So this is a context. So in the context in which Republicans are acknowledging that they're losing the shutdown fight, they're still able to get a provision of law to do income verification on Obamacare.
Sorry, I looked it up too. I'm not seeing that. Let's see.
This is from The Hill.
Okay. Sorry, I'm going to Politico. Okay, I'm not seeing that. I'm gonna take your word for it.
Okay, so if that's the case, I think this is further to my point. In a context in which the Republicans were losing the shutdown fight, they were still able to extract a concession to set up a process in Obamacare to verify income claims of people applying for federal health insurance subsidies. Regardless of the wisdom or not of that approach, they were able to get a change in law.
Okay, and
so that's called a deal. That's called a deal.
Okay, but what was the other thing you
wait? Will you acknowledge that's a deal?
Yeah, but what was the other thing you read there about what all the Republicans were saying about?
Yeah, because they were losing the fucking shutdown fight, man. They were losing the fight, so they stopped the bleeding because the American people saw that they were losing it. What we have here is the Democrats were winning, and the Republicans are losing, and then it's the Democrats who get nothing. So in the context in which the Republicans were losing in 2013, they still get something. Even if it's not everything they wanted, even if it's a bad deal. But now the Democrats are winning and they don't get anything.
Sorry, I'm reading an article trying to match up what you're saying.
Just type in if you go to Wikipedia, they have a link to the Hill article here. Debate about the final version, following the conclusion of the deal. Boehner said we fought the good fight, we just didn't win. The package is a joke compared to what we could have gotten if we had a more reasonable approach. They were able to get this income verification. That's pretty much all they got. But they got it. They got something. And they were losing, remember. This is not a situation in which Mitch McConnell was unable to control this isn't a situation in which McConnell didn't have control of his caucus or Boehner didn't have control of the caucus. They just made the decision to compromise collectively. And the deal was 81-18. What do we have for Democrats? It's the margin is exactly what they need. And the official position is they're against it. Whereas the official position of the Republicans in the shutdown that you're talking about was, this is the best we can do, we have to do it. It just really feels like this bolsters the notion that the party who's winning the shutdown fight, there's no obligation for them to accept without terms, unilaterally, the offer of the other side that hasn't changed from day equals zero.
Okay, so what I'm seeing from this is that, yes, the Republicans secured a concession that resulted in a minor tightening of the income verification rules for individuals receiving health insurance subsidies under the Affordable Care Act. There were already income verification rules. They're saying this was a minor tightening. This was the only significant policy change related to the ACA that was part of the final deal to end the 16-day government shutdown and raise the debt ceiling in October 2013. original ACA law already had similar verification requirements, but the Obama administration previously delayed some of their stricter implementations. So it seems like these implementations were already supposed to be happening. The Obama administration was just like slow rolling them. The agreement essentially required the administration to move forward with the original intent of the law's verification systems. While some considered the change to be minor, largely symbolic, SOP in quotes, as the problem it aimed to fix didn't widely exist and the core of their ACA remained intact. It was the primary concession Republicans gained after failing to defend or delay the entire health care law.
Yeah, because their position was like end Obamacare.
Just to say, yes, it was ridiculous. It was ridiculous. Just to point out there that like they didn't get income verification. They got the Obama administration to like to follow through with the existing income verification that was already outlined.
Was set up a process to verify the income claims of people applying for federal health insurance subsidies. Democrats view the concession.
It wasn't setting up a process. It was pushing the Obama administration to what?
This is quote from the Hill. The only change to the Obamacare in the bill was to set up a process to verify the income claims of people applying for federal health insurance subsidies.
Okay, I'm reading New York Times.
Okay.
Like,
what's the
it doesn't
quote?
matter. Like,
what's the quote?
Let me see the quote. Sorry, I just fucking left it. I just fucking backed out to. Okay,
whatever. So another key difference, another key difference is, as reported by the Hill, the final deal was negotiated by Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell, who began an intense rounds of negotiations with Harry Reid at the end of last week after House Republicans proposed legislation to raise the debt ceiling while leaving the government shuttered. So you have the leader of the Senate Republicans, the minority leader, Mitch McConnell, directly engaged in negotiation, taking a stake in negotiation. He comes to a deal and he says, vote for this shit, and they do. And this is your example to provide of when the Republicans have let wayward members of their caucus on a budget negotiation stifle the position.
Okay.
This is an example of leadership this is an example of the opposite. This is an example of leadership whipping votes for a deal negotiated by the leader. That's the exact opposite of what you were supposed to produce.
So Mr. Obama refused to compromise, leaving Republican leaders to beg him to talk and to fulminate when he refused. So it seems like the president, like the foremost leader of like the Democratic Party at the time, refused to compromise on this, and thus they had to settle for him basically already like.
Do you understand what I even asked for?
With the existing laws, like
wait. What do you think I asked for?
It seems like you are treating this. It seems like you were treating the Republicans getting like effectively.
What did I ask for? 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 What was the whole point?
Like, you asked for a lot of things, man.
So the last 10 minutes, I said, when has it ever been the case that Republican leadership has been bucked in the way that you're suggesting the Democratic leadership has been in a budget negotiation? That's what I asked. And what you produced me was an example of Republican leadership whipping votes for a deal they negotiated and getting everyone in line. Do you or do you not acknowledge that's the exact opposite of what I'm asking for? What I'm asking for is when leadership has been ineffective in their achieving the budget, getting votes for their budget position, and you produce an example of leadership getting votes on their budget. And I asked for when that didn't happen. It's a direct opposite. Okay, I'm going to say it more plainly.
No. Hold up. Stop. That's not what you were asking. You were asking me, the whole reason I brought this up is, when has there been a time in which like the Republicans have had to cave on this thing because it seems like the Democrats are always doing? And I provided an example. They caved on this. They got effectively nothing. They got a promise from Obama that he would implement the things that were already in the law. Republicans have had to.
Okay, I'm going to get a quote. I'm going to get my words. So you're just going to have to wait for like probably 3 or 4 minutes. I'm going to get my words about what I asked for. Okay, so we're going to get a direct quote of what I said.
Okay. If we're going to start doing this like thing where we mine articles, which is fair, I don't know, whatever. Like,
do you dispute?
Might I recommend hold music?
Okay, I'm going to get a quote. I'm going
to
get
a joke.
My words, maybe. Yeah, just 1 second. They're going to hear you multiple times, so just I'll let you know when we get the direct quote of what I asked for.
Okay.
Well, just one sec.
Ted Cruz was the leading proponent of it. He was he was to fund the Affordable Care Act.
Hey, dipshits! I'm talking, motherfuckers.
He shut down at the government in 2013.
Someone in the chat brought up the Republicans in a budget negotiation. Which Republicans, and that's not the only one, have voted against. What I'm talking about is a situation in which the Republicans in a budget negotiation, they have just like wholesale adopted the Democratic budget without any negotiation, and the Republicans have not been able to control a dispositive amount of senators or representatives on that. Like wholesale adopted. Okay, here's what I said. What I'm talking about is a situation. What I'm talking about is a situation in which the Republicans in a budget negotiation, they have just like wholesale adopted the wholesale adopted Democratic budget without any negotiation. A Democratic budget without any negotiation, and the Republicans have not been able to control. And the Republicans have not been able to control a dispositive amount of senators or representatives on that. A dispositive amount of senators or representatives on that. That's what I said. Now you agree that the example that you just gave me is admittedly an example in which there were negotiations and Republicans were, which resulted in a deal in which Republicans were able to control a dispositive amounts of senators and representatives on that case, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I'll repeat the quote one more time. It's like wholesale adopted. I voted against what I'm talking about.
I'm just going to fully cop to saying that I was looking up what dispositive meant.
Okay, so let's just make sure here.
Not a word I use or hear in like that often. Sorry.
All right, it means like an amount that would turn the tide, that would make the result. Essentially, it's a thing that causes the result to occur. The clincher, sort of the argument that makes the case.
Okay.
In a budget negotiation,
appreciate it. Thank you.
In a budget negotiation, yeah, sure. In a budget,
like
wholesale adopted, where the Republicans have wholesale adopted without any negotiation, and the Democratic budget without any negotiation, the Republicans have not been able to control a dispositive amount of senators or representatives on that, and the Republicans have not been able to control dispositive amounts of representatives or senators on that. So what you produced for me, this Ted Cruz budget fight, is one in which there were negotiations that resulted in a change. You can say it's minor or whatever, but it is a change that into the Obamacare law that was written into the law, and where it was negotiated by McConnell, and where he controlled his caucus to vote for the deal he negotiated. Here, by contrast, if we're to believe the official story, Schumer was unable to control his caucus on a deal which didn't result in anything.
Hold up. The Republicans got nothing in 2013. You keep saying that they got this income verification implemented. That is not what happened. What they got was
reading directly.
What they got was a promise from Obama to enact this the income verification that was already within the ACA.
So this is what the Hill article says, and if you want to push me to get the specific language that's different, I can do that if you want. It says the only change to Obamacare in the bill. So you acknowledge, if this is accurate, it means there was a change in the actual law, correct? Yes or no?
Yeah, if that's accurate.
Okay. Was to set up a process to verify the income claims of people applying for federal health insurance subsidies. So by the literal words of that article, and if they are to be believed, they did make a change to the law of Obamacare. Is that correct? Yes or no?
That they made a change to the law that was to the ACA.
Yeah, directing the Secretary of Health and Human Services to verify eligibility. That this was a change in the written law that they were able to get.
Okay. I am. I don't agree that was a change. I don't agree that was a change to the law.
Well, literally, it is, right? You mean literally? So literally, it is correct.
That it is a change to the law.
Literally, it is a change in the law, is it not? It changes the law.
Let's see. The original ACA law already had similar verification requirements, but the Obama administration had previously delayed some of the stricter implementation. So it seems like what I'm reading here is that...
Did it literally change the law or not?
It seems like the answer to your question is no, because it seems like those were already in the law. The Obama administration just delayed enacting those.
So when the Hill says the only change to Obamacare in the bill was to set up a process to verify the income claims of people applying for federal health insurance subsidies, you think that they're wrong and there actually was no change to the law?
I think the Hill. Yeah, I think the Hill when they're writing that is
Okay,
wrong.
okay. So now I'm actually going to look for the different statutory text if there's additional text, and if there is, if I produce that to you, will you admit you were wrong? Yes or no?
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay. I'll put on music while we wait. Almost got it. Found it.
Okay.
I'll show it on screen.
Okay. That's fine. I'm once again, I'm not watching your stream right now.
Okay. Here, I'll show this.
But yeah, I'm gonna
I'll read it out to you.
I'm trusting. Yeah. I'm trusting you.
I'll read it 1 second.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay. This is a provision of law. It actually made it. It's a law. This is the name of it. Verification of household income and other qualifications for the provision of ACA premium and cost sharing subsidies. Section 1001 sub A. In general, notwithstanding any other provision of law, the Secretary of Health and Human Services, referred to in this section as the Secretary, shall ensure that American health benefit exchanges verify that individuals applying for premium tax credits under Section 36B of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 and reduction in cost sharing under Section 1402 of the Patient Protection Affordable Care Act are eligible for such credits and cost sharing reductions consistent with the requirements of Section 1411 of such act. And prior to making such credits and reductions available, the Secretary shall certify to Congress that the exchanges verify such eligibility consistent with the requirements of such act. Report by the Secretary not later than January 1st, 2014. The Secretary shall submit a report to the Congress that details the procedures employed by the American Health Benefit Exchanges to verify eligibility for credits and cost sharing reductions described in subsection A. C. Report by the Inspector General not later than July 1st, 2014. The Inspector General of the Department of Health and Human Services shall submit to the Congress a report regarding the effectiveness of the procedures and safeguards provided under the Patient Protection Affordable Care Act for preventing the submission of inaccurate or fraudulent information by applicants for enrollment in a qualified health plan offered through an American Health Benefit Exchange. So you agree or wrong, correct? They did add a law.
Sure. That seems super.
Why sure? Wait a second. Why sure? You denied that there was any law, and now when I show you the law, you're like, sure, I guess. The question was whether literally they changed the law, and you wouldn't grant that, and now you're acting all fucking high and mighty when I produce you the law. I didn't say it was like a huge, meaningful constraint. Obviously, they were losing the fucking the war in terms of the optics, and they were losing it. But you denied that there was even any change in the law.
So per Washington Post, there's nothing about the income verification measures that passed Wednesday night. You are correct that was added, but per Washington Post, there's nothing about the income verification measures that passed Wednesday night that will change Obamacare, aside from a few staff members at Health and Human Services devoting some hours to gathering the data and writing up these reports. And that probably explains why Democrats are okay with passing this language in the first place.
The whole thing started. So just be clear about what you're saying. It's so insane that you bring up this comparison. So what you're bringing up, and now I'm starting to remember it, was Ted Cruz and these other arsonists trying to destroy the Affordable Care Act. That was their fucking demand to significantly delay it or fuck with Obamacare. They were getting excoriated in the public polling on it, and they were getting shit on. And so McConnell negotiated a deal. He got a concession where there's a report. It's not a big concession. I never argued that it was a big concession, but there was a deal. They didn't just walk away with bubkiss. They did get a concession when they were losing the fight. And the key point that I was making when I asked you for an example was Republican leadership was on board and they whipped their votes for it. That's what I was trying to show a comparison is when has it been the case that in these negotiations, Republicans haven't been in control of what's going on here, even in the leadership, even in the fights with Biden, when there was a negotiation and a deal, the reason it got strung up was because Trump involved himself or Gates involved himself in some way. But even then, leadership got it passed. Leadership, later on, McCarthy lost the vote of no confidence or whatever, but leadership was able to get the votes for the deal. That's what I was trying to find a comparison for, is when have Republicans acted like Democrats have here, where they wipe their hands like, oh, we can't control our caucus on a budget negotiation fight. It doesn't happen. And even here, when the Republicans were having an insane demand, a crazy, insane demand, and they still get a provision in law where they get some fucking report by the IG and by the health to get some procedure for the income verification. It's the opposite of what I asked you to show me.
So you're arguing that instead of getting absolutely nothing, they got essentially nothing? Because that's what they got, was essentially nothing.
They got a change in the law. They can walk around at least with there was a standing ovation. I read one of these articles for Boehner.
Killed by the public for.
Wait, no. There was a standing ovation by Boehner for fighting so hard on behalf of the membership. What I'm trying to ask for is when the leadership hasn't been able to corral their membership in a negotiation fight like this, and in the context to sign on to deals that are approved by the leadership of the respective party. And this is the opposite. This shows McConnell negotiating a deal. What's the difference between now? Schumer disclaims that he was negotiating at all. He says, I wasn't negotiating. I was just listening to what the negotiations were. McConnell approved the deal in 2013. Schumer officially says he's against the deal. That's a difference. In 2013, Republicans were losing the shutdown fight in terms of public opinion. Same is true here. The Republicans were losing the shutdown fight now. And notwithstanding the fact, the Democrats, which is the party who was winning, got no concession. And here, in terms of the law at all, right? In terms of the law at all, it's just night and day. Man, like, this doesn't happen among the Republican majorities in these kinds of fights. They sign on to the deals, leadership negotiates, and this kind of cucked like, oh, we'll send our little purple senators. It's a shield because they know people like you are going to be there saying this is a genius 5D chess move. But it's all a fugazi. It's all bullshit.
So, okay, a couple things. Like, one, you keep saying like at least they got this concession, when by all accounts, even from in this article, per like even Republican like staff people on background and people at Republican like news outlets, like this, the income verification measures that passed Wednesday night.
Yeah, what they wanted was like fucking Obamacare.
There's nothing about the income verification measures that passed.
They wanted like the exchanges to end.
Obamacare.
They wanted the exchanges to end. They wanted some crazy,
so they got
crazy fucking shit. And
so they got an addition to the law that changed nothing.
Okay, so
and that's the concession.
So
that you're like, hey,
hang on a second. So they literally got these reports that they're going to get, and they got that enacted into law. And so it's more than what the Democrats got in terms of law. In that Democrats got zero. Literal zero. They got back pay, which is already inscribed in law, and it was never even up for fucking debate whether, like, when did we even debate whether or not the people were going to get back pay? And so they claimed that as a victory. Oh, we ensured back pay, and we ensured that they weren't going to be massive RIFs and reduce whatever the reduction in force. That is nothing. That was something that wasn't even on the table. Like, this is something additional that at least tokenly affects the Affordable Care Act. But crucially, and what you're what you keep ignoring, and I'm going to keep bringing you back to it, is the massive differences in what I was asking for. What I was asking for was a situation in which the Republican majority or the Republican caucus bucked the leadership in one of these negotiation fights away from a deal to support a wholesale adoption of the other side's budget. That's what I was looking for, and this is the opposite of that. I'm gonna focus you on that. Only talk to me about that. You acknowledge, don't you, that this is an example of the overwhelming, the dispositive amount of senators and representatives supporting the Republican leadership negotiated deal, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's not an example of what I asked for. What I asked for was the opposite of that, where you have Republicans going along with Democrats just for fun. That isn't the leadership approved sanction act. That doesn't happen. That wayward Republicans on budget type fights are just wholesale accepting Democrat plans.
Okay, that's fair. But what we've essentially had in 2013 was a Republican Party that more or less wanted to go along with what Democrats wanted. They didn't really want this fight. So
no, they were losing it. That's what was happening. They were losing the fight. If they were winning the fight, they would have stuck it to Obama. The reason that they stopped is because they were losing the fight.
They were losing the fight, and that really fucked them. But all throughout this fight, even at the beginning of the fight, there were Republican members of the Senate who were criticizing Ted Cruz, who was seen as spearheading this, for even enacting this fight, because as you pointed out, their demands were fucking ridiculous. They were never going to fucking happen.
Yeah, so I don't understand.
At the same time, like
the same is true here. You have Democrats who never wanted this fight in the first place, so there's parity there.
There's parity there, but also, like, if we're fucking honest, like the Republicans were never going to approve the ACA subsidies. That's less.
I'm sorry. Were Democrats ever going to support the destruction of Obamacare? Or
no.
The significant curtailment of the... Okay, so even if you grant that they're never going to support the subsidies, and you'll keep in mind that people who are hearing little rumblings, and just be careful counting your chickens before they hatch, of potential support for the subsidies, even if you say that doesn't distinguish anything, because everyone has a line that they won't cross. It doesn't mean that you're not going to fight on it. The consistent thing that you should look for here, the pattern is, the party that's winning the shutdown fight, they have a better leverage. They have better leverage to get better concessions. And also, Republicans on these budget fights, when leadership makes a deal, when they make a deal, and when they really need it, they'll get the votes for it. And you're not going to see mass defections to be more Democrat facing, right? If that happens, it's because the leadership is making it so. Either that's McCarthy in the context of the Biden situation, snafu, or it's McConnell in this context. What's happening? Leadership is coming in to dictate terms to enough people to get the vote across the line. That's what's happening. That is to say, leadership has control. That's what I'm trying to say is in the Republican context, in these budget negotiation fights, they have control and they're able to get what they want. And the only time they're having problems is when they're not going crazy enough, right? When they're not being Republican enough. When they're getting those concessions, like a deal that is perceived by the Republican base as not in their favor, that's when they get the shit. That's when they get the shit. But even then, right? They're able to control for these budget fights and these things. But it's just so fucking annoying and deceptive.
Okay, so
what the leadership is doing here.
So okay. The reason why I think the 2013 is an example is that while Republicans didn't buck the leadership in the Senate in regards to in the same way that there were Dem members of the Senate who bucked for what Schumer said he wanted. Is that McConnell? I looked this. I remember this, and then I just confirmed. I'm confirming it right now. McConnell didn't want this fight. He privately opposed the shutdown. He believed the strategy would not succeed. That's a bucking of leadership. That's Republicans saying that they don't care about what McConnell's opinion is. Right there, they want this fight, and then failing that fight.
Yeah. So I'm not sure.
So it's not the exact same sort of bucking of that Schumer experienced right here, but it is a bucking of McConnell's leadership right there.
So what you're saying is because the Republicans the leadership didn't initiate this fight, that we should treat it as equivalent to what I'm talking about because leadership. So hang on, we have at least 19 senators from the Senate, and the House leadership was willing to do so. So I don't know what to say. It's possible. I don't know where you're reading that McConnell didn't want the fight or whatever, or he thought it was a bad fight to have. But Boehner was certainly willing. He was refusing to allow voting on. So this is from, again, Wikipedia. On October 12th, 2013, Maryland Representative, look at this, Chris Van Hollen, moved to bring the bill directly to the floor and made a parliamentary inquiry and required that the chair explain that the rule previously agreed for the bill had changed the standing rules so that no House member could move to consider a vote on an appropriations bill except for the Republican majority leader or his designee. And Boehner refused to allow a vote on any funding resolution that would not block or further delay the Affordable Care Act. So whether he had McConnell or not, he had Boehner.
Okay, so sorry. So you're saying that the Republican leadership in the House wanted that fight.
They wanted that fight, and and at least majority in the Senate, they were willing to humor it. Okay. They fought for weeks on it, and McConnell was able to get votes for it. And you know what else? They were able to get it passed in the House too.
Okay. So the Republican leadership in the House wanted that fight. Mitch McConnell did not want that fight.
I don't know. I'm granting that for sake of argument. I don't know where you're getting that.
So this is per Politico on October 28th, 2013. Mitch McConnell isn't going to have another government shutdown on his watch. So this is an article post the shutdown fight, but it is one in which McConnell addresses his thoughts prior to even the beginning of the shutdown fight. Okay. Let's see. I'm trying to get to the part where he says specifically, or talks to specifically, his issue with revision strategy. Give me 5 seconds. Okay. His remarks echoed similar comments he made following the shutdown that it was not conservative policy and that he always believed this strategy could not work and would not work.
On what? On getting rid of Obamacare?
On using the shutdown as a vehicle to get rid of Obamacare.
Okay. I'm just, I guess, I think that furthers my point. I don't know if you realize that. You understand why?
So what you were saying was, is Kevin McCarthy, or I don't think it was Kevin McCarthy. No, it was John Boehner still. Like the leadership of the House Republicans wanted that fight. Mitch McConnell didn't want that fight. Mitch McConnell's members in the Senate, or enough of Mitch McConnell's members in the Senate, bucked his leadership to go forward with that fight. In this situation, the leader, Jeffries, in the House for the Democrats, wanted the fight. His members went along with him. Schumer, for a time, wanted the fight.
Well, I'm not sure. I don't even know what your position is, whether or not you think Schumer ever wanted the fight in the first place. You seem kind of ambiguous about that. The fact that it's even a question in your mind should signal something. Like, what the fuck? It's even a question whether or not Schumer wanted to fight in the first place?
I think Schumer. Hold on. No, I said I think Schumer was fine with the shutdown fight ending. That doesn't preclude him not being fine with taking the fight.
That's what I'm saying. I was like, is it even a question in your mind that Schumer wanted the fight initially? If it's even a question in your mind that he wanted the fight initially, like, we have a problem.
No, I think he wanted the fight initially. Sorry, okay. I'm confused. I think we're getting our wires.
Yeah, no. I think your point about like McConnell, arguably, I would even grant not wanting the fight in the first place. I think that bolsters my position. Do you know why?
No, I'm making the point. I'm making the point that Republican. I'm making the point that we have two situations in which there was a shutdown fight, in which leadership was bucked in this situation, and that while the nature of what leadership was being bucked over is different, it still it still is a scenario in which leadership, specifically within the Senate, that leadership was bucked in that fight.
I think this furthers my point to the extent that McConnell didn't want it. Even when he didn't want it, he fought it and got more than Democrats got, which is nothing.
He got effectively nothing.
And he was able to corral the House to do what he wanted.
Well, Boehner was able to corral the House to do what he wanted. Democrats, what you're meaning is the sense that the House wanted it significantly more, and he was willing to get the House to go along with it.
And also, don't forget, the Republicans were massively losing that war, that media war. That's a I can't. How do you get major concessions? Thank you, Socrates. How do you get major concessions when everyone is blaming you for the things that's going on? So you're like, oh my God, they only got it. These extra reports from the secretary and these additional assurances written in law, though. How that's not very much. I agree, but it's something as opposed to nothing. It's something as opposed to nothing. And at a bare minimum, don't you recognize that the massive disparity in how the American voter / constituent is viewing who's to blame might be the reason that they weren't able to get even greater concessions?
No, I agree with that. I think that's
okay.
That's a fair point. What I would say.
Wow, 58 months streak. Holy shit. Socrates, thank you so much for 58 months. That's almost 5 years?
What a king. What a philosopher king.
Thank you, Socrates.
What a philosopher king.
All right, bro. We're looping. I didn't even get to do my fucking shit.
What's your fucking shit?
The thing I was gonna do. I was gonna review Rob and Ryan Mullally. I'll just do that tomorrow, I guess.
What's
right, I'll give you the last word. I gotta go to bed.
Yeah, that's
But
cool. We
but,
didn't
like
get
this
we
is
we,
this
we
is
got
this is all
sidetracked.
crazy. This is all fucking crazy, dude. Like you're just post hocking it. The Democrats are weak. Republicans are taking advantage of us, and our negotiating position sucks. And it's bullshit for people to bring up like, oh, you're not affected by Snap. That's a bullshit talking point to try to put blood on our hands. But it's not the case. And the Democrats weren't serious about the fight. They shouldn't have started it, and they certainly should not have been lying about it. Which even under your view is like the most likely scenario that Schumer is like being dishonest about whether or not he's okay with his vote or not. I happen to agree with you on that, but that should tell you something about leadership and the extent to which it's disconnected. Like I don't want the leadership to regularly have to like lie to us about Lake and Riley Act, about this and that. Like it just seems like an untenable situation, and it's not surprising to me. Therefore, if that's what the Democratic leadership is doing, which I think they are, that their approval is low as fuck, and I think it's delusional to think, well, because Schumer's been around and because we don't know if like the new leader, if we have one, will drop the ball on funding, and therefore like we shouldn't move on. We need to move on. This is untenable. It was stupid to do, and this 2-week thing is cope. Sorry, give you last word.
Okay. First of all, then I want to apologize for keeping you from doing the shit you were planning to do.
No, that's cool. It's cool.
From
It happens.
from like Malala, from watching a Malala video in which he says as a centrist and then agrees with
Yeah, fair.
also fucking Republican shit. Very centrist. I think that I think that I can understand why people are upset with the ending of the shutdown. I think that was very much exasperated by the fact that this came like a week after we had huge wins. It's a huge fucking letdown to have this shutdown fight end when it was looking extremely good for Democrats after we just got done winning big in these elections. I think that what leadership has to do is that I think it's fair for them to ask them to take risks, and let's be fair here, like asking them to continue this fight past the point in which 41 million people are going to lose SNAP benefits. That's a risk. We don't know how people would respond to that. We don't know if people would eventually get to the point where it's just like, okay, this whole thing is fucking stupid. Like, can you all just fucking end this? We don't know that. I'm fine with leadership and the party taking risks. I would like them to take calculated risks. You think that that would have been a calculated risk? Mm-hmm. I understand why they felt like that calculation was more risk than they were willing to handle. I don't think it's unfair to say that that 41 million people getting cut off from SNAP is not like that. It's unfair to bring that up. I think both of us.
No. It's unfair to bring up like it's unfair. Wait, it's unfair to
use it as a cudgel against people who
like,
don't want to end
you
up.
Specifically because it's identity politics. That's what I think is bullshit, because it's just a way to be like, I don't want to make the argument. I just want to say that you're privileged and therefore you have blood on your hands. That's the bullshit part, not the fact that you bring up the pain. I think that's relevant.
Okay, yeah, but I think that pain is, but I think that pain is really, oh my god, really real. I think that pain is really real.
No one disputes that.
No, I know, I know. Sorry, I said wheelie wheel for a second, and that's why I said it like 3 times. I think that pain is really real. There's a 4th time, and that and that when people are voting to end the shutdown fight, they're not just doing it because like they're afraid of what voters will think about it. They're also just like, hey, like these are people. We're here. We got into politics because we do genuinely care about people, and I think this will really hurt people. And I don't think we're really going to be able to push the Republicans to acquiesce to what we want. And maybe that amount of hurt that we're doing to these people isn't worth necessarily like continuing this fight. You can say that's political. You can say that's politically dumb. Given that what we were seeing, I think that's fair. I think it's also, however, fair to take into account that like these are people who are representing and have a lot of responsibility to people in their position. And I don't think that's a thing that's being discounted. We didn't get to the other thing that I think you had a criticism, I don't think you have a criticism, that you had a criticism around
optics.
Leadership. Yeah, it was like optics and comms specifically. Would love to have a conversation about.
Yeah,
love to have a conversation about that. But it's like 1:30 in the morning, and I know it's 1:32 because we both live in the greatest city on the face of the planet.
Can I just say? Can I ask you one last question? I appreciate that
Sure.
that distillation. We can talk about the optics stuff later. I can't imagine you're arguing that Schumer is good optics or comms. That will
Oh,
truly
fuck no.
end me. Okay. But my
Oh,
question
fuck
is, should we have another shutdown fight in the when the CR comes up again?
So I think I mean, once again, it depends on what the Republicans have put in, like the put in the CR. I think like there was an opportunity to have a shutdown fight here. One, because it was like significantly closer to like an actual election day, but also two, because of the cuts to the ACA subsidies. Like I think there was presented an opportunity within this CR fight for them to actually make this a fight that like people would like.
If it's a clean CR, do you think we should vote for it without concessions?
If it's a clean CR. Without the concessions.
Yeah, I'm trying to get you to list out a position so that if it happens in the future, I can hold you to it.
Would I vote for it?
Yeah, would you vote for a clean CR?
I'd probably fucking vote for it. I'd probably vote for it because I don't know how you'd make the. I don't know how you'd make the argument.
If the Democrats start another fight, you're going to condemn that, aren't you? You're going to say that's bad.
Well, if it's over a clean CR, like where they're changing nothing from the previous one. Well, actually, you know what?
I'm trying to hold you to something.
No, I know. I'm sorry. I think, frankly, if the Dems came out and said the Republicans promised that we would have like the Republicans promised that we would have a vote on this thing, and we never got that vote, or that vote was done in bad faith. Therefore, we're reneging on that part of it. Like if the Democrats can make the case that the Republicans reneged on the agreement they came up with, then yeah, I think they should vote against the clean CR then, because the Republicans reneged on the on what they promised. If Republicans don't do it, then I think you probably have to vote for it, because like otherwise, like what argument do you have?
Interesting. Okay, so this is just a response to someone who says ACA is a tax credit. You literally have to make money to get benefits. It's a refundable tax credit. That's my understanding. It's a refundable tax credit. So any amount greater than your tax liability, you're going to get that in a refund. Someone tell me if I'm wrong. My understanding is these credits are refundable, so they'll carry through.
Yeah, you're gonna have to rely on your chat for that one, because I don't know that one.
But thank you so much. We can certainly talk about more Schumer stuff in the future, and I appreciate you humoring me, man.
Did you just say make a pun, Schumering you?
No, I didn't mean that, but I should have.
I totally thought you said that. I would have been like, that's an A+ pun. Way to go.
I wish I did.
You should coin it, trademark it real quick. Anyway, appreciate you, man. Thanks for
no worries.
Talking.
Have a good one.
All right, take it easy.
End me. You need to own money to get the refund. No, right? It's refundable. A refundable tax credit means you don't need to owe money. Even if you don't owe money, it's you get the difference. Someone tell me I'm wrong. I think that's the definition of a refundable tax credit. So low income people have no income tax. Just help. No, I think it's refundable, regardless of whether you owe taxes. I'm not leaving until this guy gets definitively debunked, JC. But I see that you're a member, and so I will be nice to you. But let me see. I'll Google, are Obamacare tax subsidies refundable tax credits? AI says yes. The Affordable Care Act tax subsidies, officially called the premium tax credit, are refundable tax credit. That means that eligible individuals can receive full amount of the credit even if they have little or no federal income tax liability. If we go to irs.gov, let's just control F, refundable. The premium tax credit, known as the PTC, is a refundable credit that helps eligible individuals and families cover the premiums for their health insurance. So it appears to be refundable. Let's see if there's another source. IRS Q&A. Refundable. There's advance payment. The premium tax credit is a refundable tax credit designed to help eligible individuals and families with low or moderate income afford health insurance. And then the IRS says the credit is refundable because if the amount of the credit is more than the amount of your tax liability, you receive the difference as a refund. Bipartisan Policy Action Center says enrollees can claim this refundable credit in full even if they have little to no tax liability. Thomas Reuter says the PTC is a refundable tax credit. Committee for a Responsible Budget says ACA subsidies are primarily paid to insurers throughout the year and then reconciled through tax returns. Congress.gov says because the PTC is refundable, eligible individuals may receive credit amounts that exceed their tax liability. Tax Policy Center says they provide families with refundable tax credits. That's good then, yeah. All right. We debunked. Appreciate you. All right. Much love. Stay cool. We'll see you tomorrow. And the Schumer leadership. We have a lot of fun here, don't we, folks? Stay cool. Like the stream.